मैं कुछ नहीं करा अभी तो मैंने। ये रहेगा फ्रेम,
हल्का लेफ्ट ले सकते
यही रहेगा बस फ्रेम। सारे आ जाएंगे तो ये रहेगा, अभी से बता वो तो हाँ, जो ऐसे आ जाएगा यहीं से पड़ेगा जो।
Namaskar, Suprabhat. On behalf of IILM University, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our distinguished guest, Mr. Narendra Joshi, Guest of Honor, Professor Dr. Ashwini Mahathir, Mr. Sahil Bharia, Mr. Rajiv Gulati, Vice Chancellor, IILM University, Vigyan Dr. Sujata Shaki, Vice Chancellor, IILM University, Greater Noida, Dr. Karuna Gautam, Directors, Deans, dignitaries, fellow colleagues, and dear students. Your presence has raised this evening and we are grateful to have you, everyone here in attendance. भारतीय परंपरा में दीप प्रज्वलन का महत्वपूर्ण स्थान है। अपनी परंपरा के साथ आगे बढ़ते हुए मैं माननीय श्री नरेंद्र भूषण जी, प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर अश्विनी महाजन जी, श्री साहिल भारिया, श्री राजीव गुलाटी, डॉक्टर करुणा गौतम, डॉक्टर सुजाता साहनी को आमंत्रित करती हूँ कि वो दीप प्रज्वलित कर कॉन्फ्रेंस का शुभारंभ करें। Sharsha Karshayat Vidyartham Prasadyate Shane Nashte Krito Vidya Kade Nashte Krito Dhanam अर्थात एक एक क्षण गवाए बिना विद्या ग्रहण करनी चाहिए और एक एक कण बचा करके धन इकट्ठा करना चाहिए। क्षण गवाने वाले को विद्या कहा और कण को अधम समझने वाले को धन कहा। कण अर्थात समय, idea and theory. With this, I, Dr. Sonita Sharma, भागवत गीता की पंक्तियों के साथ आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करती हूँ, अभिनंदन करती हूँ। With the launch of Prime Minister's ambitious Startup India mission, India is on the path to become the next big startup nation. Given the importance of the contribution and opportunities for startup, the entrepreneurial cell of IILM University has organized today's conference. Today's consumer business and brands have become a way of life for enthusiastic entrepreneurs and investors. It is a field wide open to maximize business opportunities in today's competition. Today, it is the right time for Indian entrepreneurs to show leadership and build their enterprise that are ready to stand strong in the future. With this, I request Professor Dr. Taruna Gautam, Vice Chancellor, to deliver the welcome address. Ma'am, please.
Good morning, everyone. So, in the words of Edison, I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that don't work. So once again, a very good morning, and it is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to the inaugural session of the National Conference on Ideation to Commercialization, Challenges, Opportunities, and Way Forward. Our esteemed speakers for the inaugural session, Chief Guest Shri Narendra Bhushan, IAS, Principal Secretary, Industries, Infrastructure, IT and Electronics, Government of Uttar Pradesh. We welcome you, sir. We have guest of honor, Professor Ashwini Mahajan, author, columnist, professor of Delhi University, National Co-Convener, Swadeshi Jagran Manch. I also take this opportunity to thank Professor Mahajan. It was his idea when we had an interaction, and we see this day today happening. Thank you so much, sir. Our first keynote speaker, Mr. Rajiv Gulati, advisor, SGT University, head United Nations Technology Innovation Labs. Sir, thank you for coming. Our second keynote speaker for the day, Mr. Sahil Dharia, Chief Executive Founder, Suit Healthcare. Thank you, Mr. Sahil, for being here. We also welcome all the startup founders. I think we have Shilpi here. She's one of the startup founders, our delegates, participants, alumni, faculty, students, all those attending the conference. I welcome you all to the university. This campus achieved the status of university under the Uttar Pradesh Private University Amendment Act during June 2022. During the last 30 years, IILM has been the breeding ground of young managers, engineers, technocrats, entrepreneurs, and innovators. We offer both undergraduate and postgraduate programs under the School of Computer Science, School of Technology and Engineering, School of Business, School of Law, and School of Liberal Arts. In alignment to the new education policy, we are making all the required efforts to bring in interdisciplinary approach, experiential and skill-based learning. Some of the key highlights of our programs are industry-oriented curriculum, experiential approach and participative learning, regular interaction with industry and policymakers. Skill development of students is conducted also through a number of value-added courses. During the last 9 months of inception as university, we have tried to collaborate with both academia and industry. This includes our MOUs with Infosys Springboard, Microsoft Future Ready Training Program, IBM Innovation Center for Education, Indian Institute of Petroleum CSIR, Biocon, Apple Authorized Training Center, Larsen and Toubro, NASCOM, Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering, Center for Nanoscience and Nanotechnology, Jamia Millia Islamia, ICT, and few more under pipeline. As we look forward towards strengthening our programs to create well-trained professionals in emerging areas of technology, we continue our efforts to collaborate with academia and industry. We also have an active entrepreneurship cell. Currently, there are 3 startups which have been implemented in the campus through IILM funding. Startups are the new engines of growth. They have created a new ecosystem of venture capitalists, angel investors, and seed investors. In this technology-oriented world, where the key to fast growth is technological disruption, businesses may blossom or perish. It all depends how they govern their commercialization efforts. The creation of new technologies and their adoption is becoming much more prevalent given the penetration that it has. Today, technology-based startups set the groundwork for the future of generating industries as they are providing quick solutions, product analysis, business security, and other essential benefits. Technology business indicators come into action by increasing local innovation, economic revitalization, and diversification through the experienced technical assistance. And I'm sure Mr. Sakil will reflect upon this part. Just to give some indicators about our country, India recently became the 3rd country in the world after China and United States to have crossed the milestone of 100 unicorns. While InMobi was the first startup to gain this status in 2011, followed by Flipkart, the maximum number of unicorns in India have emerged from e-commerce sector. It is reported that India has lifted more than 100 unicorns since the start of 2021. It is also noteworthy that the top 4 unicorns, including Flipkart, Paytm, Byju's, and Oyo, are also known as decapods. That is, the companies which have a valuation of $10 billion and above. India now ranks 3rd in terms of most attractive investment destinations in the technology area, which definitely infers that scientific realms in India have progressed a lot. In the 21st century, India has found its place among the top countries in scientific research, 48th position out of 132 in Global Innovation Index, and 15th in terms of ICT and R&D intensive companies. 21st century has seen a boom in various tech business incubators that grow and are connecting ideation to commercialization. In terms of the burgeoning artificial intelligence, India has had great progress with the inception of National Artificial Intelligence Strategy, and I'm sure Mr. Bhushan will share some reflections on this. There are plenty of innovation and ideation efforts that give new ideas for growth, but there are certain which never see the light of success. Many inventors or developers of ideas do not understand how to bridge this gap between ideation to commercialization. This is also called the commercialization formula. The idea for a new product or technology looks good in the lab, but when it comes to market, it does not succeed. This means we need to shift our mindset towards entrepreneurship. How to fill the gap between customers' needs and how to find out novel ways. Anticipating how to solve current and future problems in new and sometimes simple ways is at the heart of entrepreneurship. Ultimately, the goal of innovation, ideation, or market growth is to build a sustainable business. The conference, I'm sure, will provide us with an opportunity to hear from the experiences of the startup founders, policymakers, and others who are going to share their experience during the day. But before we proceed further, I welcome you all once again, and I leave you with a very short video which talks about the India startup journey. Thank you so much for being here.
Let our nation attain greater heights. A resolve to empower India with new ideas and renewed vigor. This paved the way for the Startup India Initiative. Launched on January 16, 2016 by Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, with a solitary vision to build a strong ecosystem for nurturing constant innovation and empowering startups in the country. This rise has been supported by a robust policy environment, focusing on easing tax burden, procurement, easing regulatory burden, and fostering partnerships. Not just regulatory support, helping hand has also been extended through capital support, which has been provided through numerous fund schemes to startups. Over the years, government's e-marketplace has been at the forefront in enabling and encouraging a number of procurement from startups, opening doors and opportunities for multiple startups, taking the potential of Indian startups onto a larger global space. Indian startups are being provided opportunities to enter new dynamic markets, be part of knowledge-sharing initiatives, and carve a niche with a better understanding of the global markets. Thanks to the enormous platform provided by reputed events like Global Venture Capital Summit held annually, Indian startup ecosystem has begun to stamp their resounding presence across the global stage, facilitated by a stronger relationship between the center and the state, and to help share best practices and insights. The state ranking framework exercise is undertaken every year, with states playing a key role in information sharing and policy feedback. The momentum is set for a bigger picture. With the considerable emergence of startup policies in 30 states and UTs, the Indian startup ecosystem is inching to its intended goals. Over the momentous 5 years, this path-breaking startup initiative has seen India inching its way ahead to become the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. As for India's tryst with startup, this is just the beginning. A future that will hail India as a nation of job creators. Make in India for the world.
I request Dr. Ankita, convener of the conference, to brief us about the session. A very good morning to our distinguished guests, Vice Chancellor, heads of various departments, faculty members, and my dear students. I welcome you all to the National Conference on Ideation to Commercialization, Opportunities, Challenges, and Way Forward. This conference is an exciting opportunity to discuss innovation and entrepreneurship in our country. The theme of the conference, Ideation to Commercialization, is very relevant as India stands at a crossroads in its development. Ideation to commercialization is a process of taking a concept or idea and turning it into a successful commercial product or service. While we have made a remarkable progress in technological innovation and entrepreneurship, there are still significant challenges to overcome. This conference gives us a chance to share our experiences, ideas, and best practices to find innovative ways to tackle these challenges. The startup culture is taking a hold in India as more and more people are finding the courage to pursue their dreams. IILM recognized the importance of promoting the startup culture amongst its students and has taken the initiative to support aspiring entrepreneurs through its Think Tank program, which was started in year 2021. This program provides students with the resources and the guidance they need to turn these innovative ideas into successful businesses. One of the most exciting features of the Think Tank program is that it gives seed money to the students to incubate their ideas, which is crucial for those just starting out in the world of entrepreneurship. With this support, our students can explore their ideas and take a risk to turn them into viable businesses. Few of the IILM incubatees are Kaushal, Ring Solution, and Tweepop. Moving forward with the conference,
We will have the following sessions. We will start with the inaugural session on ecosystem and entrepreneurship with our distinguished guests. Session 1 will elaborate on the role of government and industry in nurturing the entrepreneurs, startups and innovations. Session 2 will throw some light on the commercialization of innovative ideas, opportunities and challenges. So once again, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita. Moving forward, it's my privilege to invite Mr. Rajiv Gulati, advisor, SDT University, former head, United Nations Technology Innovations Lab. Mr. Gulati has spent more than 37 years serving the United Nations, central government and state government and the medical, diagnostic and related industry in India. He has contributed immensely to the building of Haryana state with industrial and academia involvement. Created models for skill development through grassroots partnership with village-level entrepreneurs of consumer service centers, Government of India initiative. Floated I2SAFE concept helped Haryana state in formulating its startup policy. A model for African Asian Rural Development Organization was created to adopt and use affordable innovations from startup to accelerate rural and agricultural development for their member and countries, mentoring and advertising startup and other incubation centers. Building ecosystem for innovation and entrepreneurship, development at Tier 2, Tier 3 cities with universities, college to company, lab to life, concept and aligning different government policies for implementation and mapping their outcomes with NPT visions. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, the leadership of IILM, and specifically Madam Vice Chancellor Bhavan, who nominated my name for this thing. And thank you, everybody, for dignitaries at the dais, and my dear friends at the audience, the students, the fraternity. Today's topic is very close to my heart, and most of the things which I will be putting before you will be under the purview of the academia, the student, the faculty, and how this whole story is building within that. I mean, like creating an idea, the challenges they face, and commercialization of it. For this, I mean, one thing which I am going to share with you is starting with small story, because I got taken about 15 minutes and try to build those stories so that the concept will be taken care of the whole day. Last June, along with Dr. Chintan, myself, and a couple of Indian delegation were at the Viva Tech in Paris, where India was the partner country to see. I was attending a workshop over there from one of the very leading institutions, where one of the professors was providing his input, the innovation, the research which that institution had given. And one person in the audience, who was from Google, he immediately stood up and said, "Sir, why can't you, you are giving us such a good thoughts, such a good innovation. Why can't you put it into the commercial things?" The answer from professor was, "Look here, man, I am a professor in this institution. I am working for almost 2 decades in the labs. What I am supposed to do, I have done. If you know about the commercialization, you take my concept, get it commercialized. I am not supposed to. My mandate is something." So I am starting my talk from this particular place, where a big challenge within the academia is how to distinguish between the innovations from the entrepreneurship. There is always a conflict. There are not many papers have been buried in the labs, and that life is becoming a big challenge. And the government is looking into it in a big form. So I am sharing with you 3 examples. Those are recent examples of the students, of the young people from the last 3 or 4 years. There are a number of them, but why I am taking it, because this is very close to you, this region. One of the young fellow who is around 26 years old, he spent almost 7 years in doing some type of what we call the research in his village. And he kept looking into the challenges over there. He was in an MBA, no engineering degree. He created a concept while looking into the local challenge, Eid ke Batawa. He belongs to Sonipat, where he saw within that community what the challenge that brick manufacturers are having over there, how their outcome is dependent upon the rain, and how the labor community is suffering over there. So he started building a machine which he called Bricks on Wheel. He won numerous prizes from numerous platforms. And one day he came to my office when I was leading the Haryana's startup mission with a very, what you call, a depressed mind, with such a big file in his hand. He said, sir, I have got all these things in my but I want to commercialize this project and I'm facing not many problems. The innovation has been honored at different platforms, but when I take it to the market, when I bring it to for the commercialization, from this loan to recognizing this whole story, I am not able to understand. So I was watching a Startup India documentary over there, and I was very much involved into the Startup India from 2016 onwards, in ranking and all those things. I said, man, have you registered to something DTI? He said, well, let us start with steps. I got him registered with the DTI, got the recognition. Then there was a competition happening. I said, now let us participate into the government. We forgot about what the Times of India is doing, what the Economic Times is doing, what the India Today is doing. Let us now look into the common ecosystem. He said, how am I going to okay, you wait. Let us now first see where you can win the prize. Now what I did is, because of my experience with the United Nations and something related to the SDG inclusion, I said, align your thought with the suffering of the society over there, and then the suffering of industry over there. Okay? And there was one category over there which was saying the housing forum. If you remember in 2018, there was a category of housing forum. I said, okay, let us plug into that. I know very few people are going to compete in that. Housing forum, the labor community, where the children of that community who works over there, they were suffering of the education and the women, how they are the labor, how we can address to that. So the whole story was aligned with that, placed over there. He won the first prize over there, and then Honorable Prime Minister honored him, had a one-to-one discussion. I have got all the pictures, but I don't know whether I can display. I will send it to you to IILM, so you can enjoy those stories. So the story tells, first step, he was not aware of the whole ecosystem which are happening and how the government is happening. Once he has been placed over there, he got a different type of confidence. He was honored by the government, and then he started going to different categories where he wanted the funding. Now MSN registered, he wanted some fund. Now look into the another thought. His machine has no nomenclature where people can look into exporting it to the other countries or providing the funds around that. So a nomenclature has to be created within that ecosystem. We did that because of his branding with the Honorable Prime Minister. Then he got some funding. I placed them before the 30 countries demonstration which you must have listened from the African Nation Rural Development. Now at this moment, he is exporting those machines to more than 7 to 8 countries. Look into the 3-year inclusion where a small awareness and plugging into the challenges for which the solution exists, he has been able to. Okay, now this is the story of a person who has got his own community, about 8 to 10 people working over there and then else. Second story of a young student of Jamini, Mr. Cash. He has nothing with him. He has got an idea, a drying board, where he created what? A drying where he wanted that the discarded containers of 20 or 30 quintal can be used for housing purpose. How I came around him? Because I was looking a solution where the dust and all those bricks were in a lot of inconvenience to the society and to the individuals also. Can we look into some modular houses which can be built outside and can be placed over their houses within 3 days or 2 days also. So I was searching him on LinkedIn, we came across, I asked him, okay man, what are you doing? He sent me a one drive. This is something of that, even at third floor of such a congested area, I can't put a 20 containers in such a heavy over there. So let us meet, but there is something interesting into that we will discuss on that. So we started looking into it. We plugged in again the housing for out, but circular economy into it, and then how the refugees can be provided these houses. I said this thought nobody in India can understand at this moment. This was 2 years back. I said, okay, look here man, can we together such something in the European market where you can be plugged in? We created a pitch. We found out where this circular economy can be plugged in, where these refugees are living, and how we can do the source story. The Ernst & Young looked into his pitch. They immediately sponsored his PG from Jamia. Anywhere in the world, looking into his passion. There is one German circular economy accelerator. They offered him a 4 or 5 months internship free of cost. Now at this moment, he has started his company with a partner from Germany, in Germany itself. The moral of this, what you call, how a single person with an idea in his mind needed a right mentorship to plug in the right place where he can be accelerated into that story. Okay? Another story which is coming into my mind, I will conclude all these things in due course of that story is from one of the university student very near to in Haryana only. He was doing, I met him 2 years back in the university. Good pitching, everything was there. He was working on the lithium oil and how, as a kabadiwala, can extract the lithium from the discarded lithium oil batteries. He was from the chemistry department, was doing some good research. And nice thing, I said, okay, look here, we will place this something in a better way. He lost at some point. I met him again at that Vivatech in Paris. He was standing over there in one of the desks with just hand folded. Sir, yahan to maza nahi aa raha, nobody is listening to us. I said, you are both in France. English is not the language of communication, neither in Hindi over there. You are looking for the venture from this side. And who is going to tell you if your English and this can't be translated into their mind for a language which they can understand? So sir कहता हम कौन सी language बोले? मैं कह इसको अगर तो I can't teach you French. Let us do something. The 4 things, 5 things under the SDG which you can immediately create on the board and can place just on a small desk which is given to that. You are addressing SDG so, SDG so. Can you imagine within that 3-day conference, the last day he had got 2 ventures approaching him, want to invest money in. No language, no communication, looking into the problem he is addressing in a bigger way. And then the details were discussed afterwards when I brought some interpreter and then we translated and he got in funding. Now within 2 years, he has now an industry within the UP state. You must be knowing about that. So the lesson from this, the future language is something which the world understands because India is going to be hub of this startup. How you project your ideas, your prototypes, or whatever you are making to the world. That is the major question. And then I said in one of the conferences, the future language and the religion will be the SDGs. Why? These numbers everybody can understand. The colors now everybody understands. Everybody is looking towards India because India is one of the partner country who is really can change the indicator to the positive side and they want to do something. That's why all the policies, even if you look into under G20, the S20, there's a big forum created working on the sustainability and how the SDGs can be achieved into that. And why can't we encash that? We students, as we know, we are a bit not aware of that. That's my experience into that. And concluding from these 3 or 4 stories which I said, how these ecosystems can be created within the academia, which can address these challenges. Another challenge which I found while working with the academia is the silence of the different departments. Everybody is working in a very good and interesting manner, but they don't talk to each other. And when I was attending that conference over there, the concept was how art, culture, science, and technology can leverage each other, which is also, if you look into the recently, there are not many policies towards how technology can look into the culture and how new startups can come into that. So they were taking the concept of a factory within the academy. Factory of human capacity, who can work together. We call it an entrepreneur capacity building and innovation capacity building, which is also what we call a term coined by the MIT also. And what they did is, every department, the students are allowed to attend the classes freely and frequently about what are the challenges they are facing. So that means a law person can attend engineering can attend any law or any science or any whatever you feel like. You just walk in, tell me that I have something in my mind, I want to attend it. So there's a frequent movement within the scholars are going to break and they can understand. Because all these 3 examples which I given, they were not from the same domain which they have studied over there. They are all from the different, one from management, one from a chemistry background. They all face one common problem, building the business models. And once we say that we are relying only on the engineers to build this whole story with the application of this, it's not good. There are management students, there are law students, they have got good ideas, there are art students who have got good ideas. How we can bring them on this platform? So I say, let us build the playground for the startup. Playground means, people feel like coming to that, people feel like playing over there. And on concluding this, I am taking some words from the Atal Cognitive Innovation Center operational method. And I request you all to read that, because that is the concept which everybody wants to be implemented in due course of time. It says that let us build communities, not only teams, the communities which are thinking toward this side. And this is one thing they said, entrepreneurial mindset, there is a figure given over there. There are 4 corners where they are saying entrepreneurial mindset, the innovation, basic 20% is skill set, community leadership they want to, entrepreneur and change makers they want to, and the social consciousness for around the SDGs. Once you look into there are fellowships available over there. People can participate into that, look into what is the ACIC here to do, and then expose to yourself. What I say, explore and explore. Your energy will be taken care. Thank you very much with the small
Thank you, sir, for the inspiring success stories and motivating the budding entrepreneurs with your valuable insights on presenting ideas, understanding the bigger and the brighter picture, and future ahead. Moving forward, I am pleased to invite and introduce the second keynote speaker, Mr. Sahil Arya, Chief Executive and Founder, Soup Healthcare. Mr. Sahil is the founder and Chief Executive of Soup Healthcare, India's fastest growing personal hygiene company. He is the driving force behind Soup and is focused on product innovation, customer centricity, driving for results and integrity, a value that makes the brand a thoroughbred, professionally managed FMCG company. Soup is engaged by manufacturing, distribution, and marketing of feminine hygiene brands for you. However, in a short span of 5 years, the company has expanded its portfolio to include baby and adult hygiene products available in 350,000 general trade stores, supermarkets, hypermarkets, and e-commerce marketplace spanning India. With over 18 years of global experience in setting up, scaling, and leading multinational finance business in financial services and FMCG, Mr. Sahil has worked on the buy side at UBS Investment Bank in New York and led the high visibility derivatives desk at Reuters, New York. He was one of the youngest global head of operation at Thomson Reuters, where he was awarded the Global CEO Award of Excellence for successfully leading strategic change management programs. He also served on various national committees at FICCI, CII, and is a chartered member of Thai Startup Community. In addition, Mr. Sadin is passionate about building thought leaders and is visiting faculty at various educational institutions. He studied economics at Sydney School of Business, New York, and started his entrepreneurial venture at the age of 19. We welcome you, sir, and request you to share your thoughts and experience with us. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. The work was shortly out. And, I love coming to campus. I'm here for two reasons. One is, but first of all, thank you, Krishnaji, missing us, the Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, and faculty, friends. Sure, Saturday morning, I was worried people will come. But I love being here. So I'm here for two reasons. One, I love the energy, the vibrancy of the campus. I love coming here because it obviously takes you back to your days in school and college, right? So that's one of the reasons. The second reason is I'm very certain that the next 1,000 crore business person, the next 1,000 crore conglomerate owner is sitting in this room somewhere or in the canteen outside. Right? Why am I that certain? India is going from a $3 trillion to $7 trillion economy in the next 7 years. It's that simple. You're sitting in the village, with 20 crore population, Bihar next door, 20 crore people are just staying right there. This is the land of opportunity. I think for 20, 30 years we've been saying India, Soni Kichiria, well now the demographic dividend is right here and it's achievable. And we have the talent right here in this room to make that happen. So I'm here that hopefully you'll remember me and you'll give me an appointment and I want to come meet you. So that's the second reason I'm here. But college has asked me to tell you a little bit about me and my story and talk about our business. So yes, we like to call ourselves a startup, but we're about 700 people now, but we started with 0 at some point. So I'm a banker for entrepreneur, ex-PBS. Was in good, had a great corporate career, fortunate to be in a young leadership and management roles at a young age. And at some point, purpose started beckoning. I wanted to do something that had purpose. I wanted to do something that had more meaning. My friends made fun of me, they said, you take too much. That's why I had that water life crisis. But yes, I wanted that, and at some point, I hope that happens to you, that when you reach a certain success, you want to find purpose in what you're doing. That's what I started looking for. And I looked at various industries to look at what is it that I want to do. Typically, so that was also on my mind. I looked at education and I talked to the wireless process. On such a panel, one day I came across the idea of healthcare and medical devices, and that's how I came into this business. Literally, such an environment is where a joint secretary of the Ministry of Health actually told me, young man, what are you looking at multinational? Quit, come here and join. So that was that moment where I said, yes, I want to do something. So we looked at, being a banker, you have access to information, knowledge, and knowledge is power. So we said, well, what are the businesses that are certain to grow in the next decade, 2 decades, and how do we get to them? I looked at medical devices, pharmaceutical, I looked at many things, right? Many businesses that we could get into, and we have the opportunity to invest in investment. And I stumbled upon the humble sanitary napkin. So today, we're Zoom manufacturers backed by the manufacturer sanitary pads, we came into this business for the following reasons. Even today, did you know only 25% women in India use sanitary napkins or hygienic menstrual products? 75% still use kapda, or God knows what, right? God knows what kind of products. Because of that, 75,000 women die in India of cervical cancer each year. And another 150,000 are diagnosed with cervical cancer each year in India. We are the cervical cancer capital of the world. Right? So that's problem number one. Problem number two, 23% of girls drop out of school at puberty. This is UNICEF. The first data point was Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, second is UNICEF. 22% girls drop out of school at puberty. Not allowing them access to education, therefore not allowing them access to a proper, productive, fully productive healthy life. Did you know that if the workforce participation rate of women in India matched that of men, which was equal number of women who work as just like the men do, our GDP jumps 26 percentage points. That's $600 billion of the piece. You can see there. There is a real cost of excluding women from the workforce. Sandy pads is not feminist love stuff. There is a real cost of not including women in the workforce. This is it, $600 billion. So we set about to solve this problem, right? So entrepreneurship is about purpose. We love what we do because we are solving all of these problems. We're solving the problem of health, education, productivity for women and the economy. So what we love about is Japanese call that ikigai, right? We love what we do, we get paid for it, and it benefits the society, benefits the community that we live in. And that is why we are we like to call ourselves a great company and doing some great work. In entrepreneurship, there are many, many challenges that we come across. Many, including your own family that are getting powered at cannot be done. Right? So I encourage you to think beyond the obvious. I encourage you to think beyond be a job creator. I encourage you to think, solve real problems. Today, I think the glowing introduction had, yes, we're about 12 people coming today. President all over India, celebrity brand ambassador. We've got multiple private equity venture capital funds invested in us and growing with a Sunicorn, I think that's what we're called. Growing aggressively. The young aggressive gas motivated team. In fact, 80% of our corporate staff is women and 70% of my senior management team is women. Of course, right, we sell most products. So yeah, in summary, I encourage you to think of which problem you want to solve. Find a big, hairy, difficult problem to solve. Hopefully you will also find purpose with that. And look at becoming a job creator and not just a job seeker. And maybe I'll stop over there and take your questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's my privilege to introduce guest of honor for the event, Professor Dr. Ashwini Mahajan, doctor, columnist, and professor. Dr. Ashwini Mahajan is the national co-convener of Swadeshi Jagran Manch, an Indian political and cultural organization. SJM is affiliated with the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. Dr. Mahajan worked as an author and columnist. He is an associate professor at PGDAD College, Delhi. Dr. Mahajan is chief editor of the Journal of Contemporary Indian Polity and Economy since 2011. Dr. Mahajan is also a visiting professor and research guide at Pacific University, Udaipur and Mewar University. He works as a researcher and activist on WTO and other international trade agreements. He has attended pre-ministerial conference of WTO held at Geneva, Bali, and Nairobi as representative of Swadeshi Jagran Foundation, which is an accredited NGO with WTO. Dr. Mahajan is an avid reader on the state of Indian economy. In 2014, he co-authored Dutt and Sundaram's Indian Economy. He has published a number of articles in various national release and periodicals including Deccan Herald, The Statesman, Pioneer, The Economic Times, Business Today, Organizer, Dainik Jagran, Rajasthan Patrika, Amar Ujala, and Hindustan. He has also published a number of research articles, journals, including Economic and Political Weekly, Mainstream Indian Economic and Almanac. As a national convener of Swadeshi Jagran Manch, he has been instrumental in changing the economic policies. His policy intervention include withdrawals of controversial ordinance on land acquisition, getting field trials of GM crop policy revisited, FDI policy of the government, especially retail trade and e-commerce. Request you, sir, to share your insight on the theme with us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me and such an introduction. आज के कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि आदरणीय नरेंद्र भूषण जी, हमारी बहन सुजाता जी, इस विश्वविद्यालय की वाइस चांसलर करुणा गौतम जी, इस कार्यक्रम में विशेष तौर पर पधारे राजीव गुलाटी जी, साहिब खारिया जी, IILM यूनिवर्सिटी के प्राध्यापक, प्राध्यापिकाएं और लगभग 2 माह पहले मेरा IILM में आना हुआ था। तो तब मैंने आदरणीय अनिल राय जी को से बातचीत करते हुए कुछ ऐसे कुछ सुझाव निकले कि आज स्टार्टअप का ज़माना है और जैसा कि सभी वक्ताओं ने इस विषय पर कहा कि why we the job seekers, why we the job creators, अभी सारे ने कहा। तो यूनिवर्सिटीज़ का क्या रोल हो सकता है? हमारे विश्वविद्यालय ज्ञान के केंद्र हैं, जिन्हें वे बॉक्स थिंकिंग तो यहीं से स्टार्ट होता है। तो क्या हम इस इकोसिस्टम को और आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, जैसे कि राजीव जी बता रहे थे कि फेल होते हुए स्टार्टअप, दम तोड़ते हुए स्टार्टअप को जरा सा एक सहारा मिल जाता है तो वो दुनिया पता करने की तरफ आगे बढ़ता है। तो इसी तरह से हमारा तो ये इकोसिस्टम ही है विश्वविद्यालय। हम और खासतौर पर IILM जो लगातार इस तरह के इनिशिएटिव को आगे बढ़ाया और देता ही है, तो क्या हम एक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सेमिनार के माध्यम से और उसके बाद इस सिस्टम को कैसे आगे बढ़ाया जा सकता है, उसमें कुछ काम कर सकते हैं। तो मैंने एक एनालॉजी के नाते कहा कि हम किसी क्लिनिक में जाते हैं तो कोई एक बीमारी की इलाज करने के लिए कोई वहाँ डॉक्टर होते हैं, लेकिन एक पॉलीक्लिनिक होती है जिसमें बड़े हॉस्पिटल्स होते हैं, तो जिसमें हर प्रकार की समस्या का समाधान वहाँ पर मिलता है। इसी प्रकार से हम कुछ स्टार्टअप्स को यहाँ हाउस कर सकें, कुछ लोगों को साथ में ले सकें, उनकी समस्याओं को समझ सकें, उन समस्याओं के समाधान के लिए आगे बढ़ सकें। तो एक पॉलीक्लिनिक जैसे, एक मल्टी स्पेशलिटी हॉस्पिटल की जैसे हम लोग एक विश्वविद्यालयों को कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि उसके लिए हमें कुछ ज़्यादा करने की ज़रूरत नहीं होगी, लेकिन जो उसके परिणाम निकलेंगे वो बहुत दूरगामी हैं। तो मुझे खुशी है कि आज इस सेमिनार का यहाँ शुभारंभ हुआ और मुझे सबसे ज़्यादा खुशी तब हुई जब जो थीम हमने सोचा था, जो विचार हमने किया था, उसको आगे बढ़ाते हुए रवि गुलाटी जी ने उसको रेखांकित किया कि हाँ, हैंड होल्डिंग कितना जरूरी है। कहते हैं कि 90% ऑफ द स्टार्टअप्स फेल, लेकिन मैं समझता हूँ जिन स्टार्टअप्स को एक अच्छा हाथ मिल जाता है, हैंड होल्डिंग मिल जाती है, वो 100% स्टार्टअप सक्सेसफुल हो जाता है। ये बात आपने भी देखा कि जो स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम है, उसके लिए जरूरी है कि हमारा पूरा का पूरा जो नेशनल इकोसिस्टम है वो क्या उसके लिए कंड्यूसिव है। हम वही लोग हैं जो हजारों वर्ष पहले, वही भारतीय लोग हैं। अभी सोने की चिड़िया की बात आई, एक बहुत बड़े इकोनॉमिक हिस्टोरियन है एंगस मैडिसन, वो लिखते हैं कि हजारों वर्षों तक, यानी ईसा से पूर्व और ईसा के बाद के 1500 वर्षों तक भारत दुनिया की जीडीपी का 35% पैदा है। ये जो वर्तमान में बहुत अपने आप को धनाढ्य देश मानते हैं, विकसित देश मानते हैं, उस वक्त जंगलों में रहा करते थे, तब हमारे लोग मेटलर्जी के क्षेत्र में, स्पेस के क्षेत्र में और मेडिसिन के क्षेत्र में, आप think of any discipline and आप देखते हैं कि हर क्षेत्र में हम बहुत आगे हुआ करते हैं। जो साजो सामान हमारे व्यापारी दुनिया के बाजारों में लेकर के जाते थे, वो इतना उन्नत प्रकार का होता था, जिस प्रकार का कपड़ा हम लोग बनाया करते, इस प्रकार के मेटलर्जी के सामान हम लोग बनाया करते, इस प्रकार की मेडिसिन हम बनाया करते थे, दुनिया के जिस प्रकार के मसाले हम भेजा करते थे दुनिया के बाजारों में। हमारे एक मित्र हैं, उन्होंने कहा कि हमारा सबसे एक बहुत, जिसको आमतौर पर लोग जानते नहीं हैं कि वो हम एक्सपोर्ट करते थे, वो हमारे यहाँ के तोते हुआ करते थे। वो भी इतने बुद्धिमान हुआ करते थे कि दुनिया के बाजारों में उसकी बहुत मांग होती थी। मनुष्यों की तो बात ही छोड़ दी। हम मनुष्य एक्सपोर्ट नहीं करते थे, हम कभी कभार अपने विशेष लोगों को दुनिया के लोगों को कल्चर सिखाने के लिए भेजा करते थे, वो सही है, लेकिन हम कभी मनुष्य एक्सपोर्ट नहीं करते थे। आज भी हमें इस बात की जरूरत है कि जितने भी बुद्धिमान लोग हैं वो यहाँ पर स्टार्टअप खड़ा करें और बाहर एक्सपोर्ट ना करें। वही देश है, वही लोग हैं। कई बार आप सोचते होंगे कि दुनिया के देशों में जाते हैं हमारे लोग, नासा में कहते हैं कि 70% वैज्ञानिक भारतीय हैं। अमेरिका में बताते हैं कि अगर अमेरिका से भारतीय डॉक्टर को वापस बुला दिया जाए तो अमेरिका का मेडिकल सिस्टम ध्वस्त हो जाएगा। अगर भारत के सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर सब तय कर रहे हैं एक दिन कि हमने वापस आ जाना है, तो सब दुनिया के कंप्यूटर ठप पड़ जाएंगे। और हम भारत में भी तो हम तो नहीं कर रहे। हमने अभी शुरुआत ही की इसरो की, वो नासा पर बहुत नाच किया करते थे कि नासा दिस नासा दैट। उनसे पूछिए कभी कभी 104 सैटेलाइट्स को आपने एक बार कक्षा में स्थापित करने का काम किया है तो भारत ने किया। वो हम वही भारतीय हैं। कई बार मैं विचार करता हूँ तो उसके बारे में हमारे एक मित्र हैं ICSSR के अध्यक्ष हैं, वो बताया करते थे कि हम भारतीयों के बीच की बुद्धि इतनी तीव्र क्यों होती है, इतना मस्तिष्क इतना तीक्ष्ण क्यों होता है। हिमालय पर्वत जानते हैं? हिमालय पर्वत भारत और चीन के बीच की एक बाउंड्री है। जितना भारत का है उतना ऐसा लगता है चीन का भी। अब ये देखिए कि हिमालय पर्वत से जितनी भी नदियां निकलती हैं वो चीन की तरफ नहीं जाती। एक नदी जाती है, वो भी शायद भूल से जा चुकी होगी और फिर वापस भारत में आ जाती है। जानते हैं ब्रह्मपुत्र। और वो जो नदियां हिमालय पर्वत से निकलती हैं वो अपने साथ जो मृदा लाती हैं, वो जो मृदा भारत के इस डेल्टा पर फैल जाती है, उस डेल्टा से जो अनाज पैदा होता है, क्योंकि आप वो डेल्टा की एक स्पेशलिटी देखिए, दुनिया में कहीं चले जाइए, मिट्टी खोदते हैं 2, 4, 5 फुट के बाद आपको कंकड़ आते हैं। भारत के डेल्टा में आप मीलों नीचे चले जाते हैं, वो आपको वही सुगंध वाली, वही ऐसी मृदा मिलती है जिससे वो अन्न निकलता है। वो अन्न हम लोग खाते हैं, इसलिए हमारी बुद्धि तीव्र होती है, हमारे मस्तिष्क तीक्ष्ण होता है। इसी कारण से भारत के लोग दुनिया में कहीं जाते हैं तो कमाल करते हैं। अब अभी तो हमने बात ही की थी 2014 में, स्टार्टअप होना चाहिए, हैंड होल्डिंग होनी चाहिए। देखिए कुछ ही सालों में लाखों स्टार्टअप्स हो गए। 100-150 तो या तो यूनिकॉर्न बन गए हैं या बनने वाले हैं। एक हमारे मित्र हैं, ये स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम से पहले ही उन्होंने अपना काम शुरू किया। एक दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी से BA ऑनर इकोनॉमिक्स किया, एक आधी जगह नौकरी की। क्या करेंगे, नौकरी करके तो कुछ लोगों को नौकरी की जरूरत होती है तो चलो नौकरी.com शुरू करते समय .com इशू चला। संजीव चिंता हजारों करोड़ रुपए की कंपनी। अभी तो मैंने सुना है कि जोमैटो में बाकी से ज्यादा पूरे स्टार्टअप को फाइनेंस भी करते हैं। एक हमारे दूसरे मित्र हैं, जब सिद्धार्थ जी को लाऊंगा यहाँ, श्रीधर बाबू जो बात लगा कि हाँ ये सॉफ्टवेयर का कुछ काम करना चाहिए। तो सॉफ्टवेयर का काम करना है तो जो सिलिकॉन वैली में जाकर के करेंगे, तो वहाँ चले गए, शुरू किया। फिर वतन की याद आई, क्या करना वहाँ रह करके। सॉफ्टवेयर तो हम कहीं भी जब बैठ करके बना सकते हैं और कोई भी बना सकता है, तो क्यों ना मैं अपने चेन्नई के अपने गांव में चला जाऊं, काशी में, तो सिलिकॉन वैली से अपना हेडक्वार्टर शिफ्ट करके वहां चले। भारत की सबसे बड़ी सॉफ्टवेयर एक्सपोर्ट कंपनी। उदाहरण लेंगे तो बहुत सारे उदाहरण हमें ऐसे मिले जिन्होंने अपनी तस्वीर तो बदली ही, देश और दुनिया की तस्वीर बदली। मैं एक उदाहरण के नाते एक आपके सामने उदाहरण आए, मुझे भी लगा कि चलिए हम उदाहरणों के माध्यम से भी बात करें कैसे हम देश की तस्वीर बदल सकते हैं। आप जानते हैं कि हमारा देश, उसमें बहुत ज्यादा कृषि भी होती है और बहुत बड़ी जनसंख्या कृषि में लगी हुई है, लेकिन बहुत मेहनत करते हैं तो भी इतना नहीं कमा पाते, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ अभी भी इरिगेशन बहुत कम है। आधे से ज्यादा जो है स्टार्टअप के मन में आया कि इसमें कौन सी बड़ी, इट्स नॉट अ वेरी बिग डील, वी हैव अ जीपीएस सिस्टम, वी नो कि जहां हम तालाब बना सकते हैं और गांव वालों से बात करें, किसानों से बात करें कि हम आपके खेत में तालाब बना दें तो कैसा लगेगा। किसानों को लगा हम एक फेड हैं, एक ही फसल ले पाते हैं, वो भी कभी होती है कभी नहीं होती। ये बात है कर्नाटक में हुगली के नजदीक एक देश पांडे फाउंडेशन करके उन्होंने एक स्टार्टअप को जन्म दिया। कहा कि 60-70 हजार रुपए की लागत से एक तालाब बन जाता है, उसका एक पूरा सिस्टम है, मशीनों से इसको खोदते हैं और कहीं वहाँ की लोकल लेबर लगाते हैं, 60-70 हजार रुपए में वो खोद करके तालाब बनता है। जहाँ तालाब बन गया वहाँ एक ही जगह 2, 3, 4 फसलें भी वो ले रहे हैं। वहाँ के आर्थिक हालात बदल गए। एक छोटा सा प्रयास, उसमें भी 60-70 हजार उस किसान को नहीं खर्चना, उसके लिए बैंक से प्रावधान कर लिया और थोड़े दिनों में वो बैंक का लोन उतर जाएगा और उसके बाद वो लैंड अनइरिगेटेड रेन फेड नहीं कहलाई जाएगी, वो इरिगेटेड लैंड हो जाएगी, उसमें 2, 3, 4 फसलें की जाएगी। ऐसे बहुत सारे उदाहरण किसानों के पास जो उन्होंने कुछ उगाया, कुछ पैदा किया, वो नष्ट हो जाता है। फल बनाए, फल पैदा किए तो वो नष्ट हो गए, तो हमारे पास स्टोरेज नहीं। तो डिहाइड्रेशन टेक्निक के माध्यम से फलों को सुखाकर उसको मार्केट किया जा सकता है, तो बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में वहाँ हो रहा था, मैंने देखा। ऐसे बहुत सारे उदाहरण हमारे सामने आते हैं। लेकिन यहाँ मैं जो कुछ स्टार्टअप यहाँ बैठे होंगे, जो फ्यूचर स्टार्टअप हैं, मैं यहाँ पर एक बात कहना चाहूँगा। अभी सारे भी हेल्थकेयर में काम कर रहे हैं। एक हमारे मित्र हैं एल्वा विश्व प्रसाद कैंडिडेट, वो भी मेडिकल इक्विपमेंट्स में, हेल्थकेयर में बड़ा नाम है। तो आपको याद है कोरोना के दौरान बहुत सारी अफवाहें फैलती थी कि भारत के पास पीपीई किट्स नहीं है, भारत के पास फेस मास्क नहीं है, भारत के पास वेंटिलेटर्स नहीं है, अगर बीमार ज़्यादा हो गए तो वेंटिलेटर्स की बहुत कमी है, लोग मर जाएंगे। तो सुनो, मुझे याद है किरण मजूमदार शॉप, उन्होंने एक ट्वीट किया, What are you talking about? We are not just making ventilators, we are actually exporting 5,000 ventilators monthly to European countries. तो भारत में क्यों नहीं? क्योंकि भारत के अफसर कहीं ना कहीं बाधा बच जाते हैं। आप तो मैंने एल्वा को फोन किया, जो देश को जरूरत है, आप 5,000 वेंटिलेटर बनाकर के बेच रहे हो। उन्होंने कहा कि आप सरकार से बात करा। मैंने कहा हम सरकार से बात करा देंगे तो क्या करोगे? मैं 50,000 वेंटिलेटर एक महीने में बना दूंगा। और वास्तव में हुआ। एल्वा विश्व प्रसाद कैंडिडेट ने अपनी टेक्नोलॉजी महिंद्रा को, एक नोएडा की फर्म को और 2-3 फर्म्स को दी और उन्होंने देश के लिए 60,000 वेंटिलेटर्स बना दी। और हमारे देश में वेंटिलेटर्स की कमी नहीं रही। हाँ, फेस मास्क और पीपीई किट्स बनाने के लिए हमारे जितने भी बड़ी कंपनियां थी, मुझे याद है एक हमारे दूसरे मित्र हैं, वो राइफल्स बनाते हैं, जेट टेक्नोलॉजी। उन्होंने कहा अभी राइफल्स की जरूरत नहीं है तो मैं पीपीई किट्स बनाना शुरू करूँ। उन्होंने इतनी पीपीई किट्स बनाई कि देश में पीपीई किट्स की कमी हो गई। हमारा देश, हमारे लोग समय के अनुसार सब कुछ करना जानते हैं, लेकिन हमारे स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम में जब शुरू हुआ तो हमारे दिमाग में कुछ ऐसी बातें चल रही थी कि जो कुछ करते हैं वो विदेशी करते हैं, जो कुछ मदद भी करेंगे वो विदेशी करेंगे। तो हमारे स्टार्टअप ने सोचा हम तो छोटे बालक हैं तो विदेशियों से ही हम मदद ले लेते हैं। दोनों ने विदेशियों से कहीं ना कहीं से कैपिटल लेना शुरू किया और आगे बढ़ना शुरू किया। अब जानते हैं आपको स्टार्टअप वाले लोग विदेशी लोग कैसे आपको फंसाते हैं और आपको आपसे इक्विटी लेते हैं, तो धीरे धीरे करके आपकी कंपनी बन जाएगा। चलिए विचाराने ने हमें एक विषय बताया कि बहुत सारे हमारे स्टार्टअप्स हैं जो अब हमारे हैं ही नहीं, क्योंकि सभी गुड़ी बोलेंगे तो अच्छा नहीं है। कुछ आगे के लिए भविष्य के लिए कुछ बातें हमें जरूर करनी चाहिए। वो स्टार्टअप हमारे है ही नहीं तो कहाँ चले गए? They have all flipped. Why flipped? Because the investors wanted them to register themselves in Singapore or in US or in London. And they have all flipped. जब वो हमारे हैं ही नहीं तो हम कैसे कह सकते हैं कि वो हमारे स्टार्टअप है? एक तो उदाहरण आपके सामने बहुत मशहूर उदाहरण हुआ फ्लिपकार्ट का। फ्लिपकार्ट एक कंपनी बनाई हमारे दो बालकों ने, उसमें अपने मम्मी पापा बहन भाई कहीं से इक्विटी लिया, पैसा लिया होगा और आगे बढ़ गए, लेकिन उसमें कैश बर्निंग करनी। यानी उनको लगा कि कैश बर्निंग करके we can grow over this, and that happened actually. We kept on growing, kept on taking equity from abroad. Ultimately, एक समय ऐसा आया कि उनके पास कुछ नहीं था, they didn't have any cash, they were totally broke. लेकिन हाँ मार्केट तो थी, उन्होंने सोचा क्यों ना मार्केट को भी हम बेच देते हैं और 77% of the shares went to loss. The moral of the story is that ultimately not only the company but the whole market of India went into the hands of a multinational corporation that is called Vigyan. This is not one story. This is a story of more than half of our startups, those who have grown as the unicorns, those who have either flipped away, they have gone otherwise outside the country. जब हम स्टार्टअप की बात करते हैं, हैंड होल्डिंग की बात करते हैं, उनकी इंक्यूबेशन की बात करते हैं, उनके लिए फाइनेंसेस की बात करते हैं, तो हमें ये भी इंश्योर करना पड़ेगा कि वो भारत के हैं, भारत के हैं। Friends, on this occasion, मैं यहाँ पर ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि स्टार्टअप इज नॉट जस्ट ए सिंपल एंटरप्रेन्योर। स्टार्टअप वो है जिसके पास एक आइडिया है, एक विचार है और उस विचार के आधार पर इस देश की तकदीर को वो बदलना चाहता है। वो सामान्य बालक है, लेकिन हम एज यूनिवर्सिटीज, हम एज मेंटर्स जो कहीं भी हैं, चाहे वो फाइनेंसर्स हैं, चाहे वो टेक्नोलॉजी के लोग हैं, चाहे वो यूनिवर्सिटीज या कॉलेजेस हैं, कोई भी, हम उनकी हैंड होल्डिंग करके उनको आगे बढ़ाने का काम कर सकते हैं। मैंने जो उदाहरण आपके सामने रखे, नए नए उत्पाद हैं, नए नए प्रकार की सर्विसेज हैं, जिनको ला करके हम लोग देश की तस्वीर को बदल सकते हैं। आज अंत में मैं 2-3 मिनट आपके समक्ष जो भारत का जो इकोसिस्टम है उसके संदर्भ में आपसे बात करूँ। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था पूर्व में, पहले जमाने में नदियों के आसपास सभ्यताएं बसा करती थी। अब जहां जहां ऑप्टिकल फाइबर्स की केबल्स बसी होंगी उसके आसपास सभ्यताएं बसी। सब शायद लोगों को समझ में नहीं आया, पूरी बात समझ में नहीं आई। लेकिन अगर आज हम when we look back, उसको उनकी बातों को जब हम एक चलचित्र के तरह उसको दोबारा से देखने की कोशिश करते हैं, रिवाइंड करते हैं, तो कुछ बातें समझ में आनी शुरू होती। पहले जमाने में कोई व्यक्ति, गरीब आदमी कोई जाता था बैंक में, जो अपना अकाउंट खोलना है, अच्छा किसी को लेके आओ, किसी को लेके आए, बच्चा निकल आओ, परसों आओ, अच्छा 1000 रुपये लाए हो, 5000 रुपये लाए हो, तो अकाउंट खुलेगा। हमने रातों रात एक ऐसा इकोसिस्टम डेवलप कर दिया, सभी बैंकों को कह दिया कि भैया कोई पैसे की तो जरूरत नहीं है, अकाउंट खोलने के लिए पैसा, किसने कहा कि पैसा चाहिए होता है? अब तो जीरो बैलेंस का भी अकाउंट खोल सकते हैं, जीरो तो हमने आविष्कार किया था। तो जीरो बैलेंस अकाउंट खोलेंगे, उस व्यक्ति से आपने केवल उसका आधार और उसकी आइडेंटिटी प्रूफ लेना है और उसका अकाउंट खोलना है। और देखते ही देखते हमने 45 करोड़ अकाउंट खोल दिए। यानी अब आज देश में मुझे नहीं लगता कि कोई ऐसा व्यक्ति होगा जिसका बैंक अकाउंट नहीं। लोगों ने कहा क्या होता है बैंक अकाउंट खोलने, तो उसके पास पैसे नहीं है तो बैंक अकाउंट खोलने का क्या मतलब? अब आप ये देखिए लाखों करोड़ रुपया उस बैंक अकाउंट में जमा हो गया है। मुझे समझ में नहीं आता था कि ये लोग उसका विरोध क्यों कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि इस देश में बहुत बड़ी जमात ऐसी है जो ये चाहती है कि देश के लोग गरीब रहे, अनपढ़ रहे, अशिक्षित रहे और कुछ ना कर सके और सरकारी डोज पर आधारित रहे। बहुत बड़ी जमात है और इसीलिए हमारे बहुत सारे राजनीतिक दल आजकल इन डोल्स के सहारे वोटरों को लुभाने और वोट पाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और सत्ता को हथियाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, which is a waste of time, which is taking the economy and the country backward. हमें ऐसे इकोसिस्टम की जरूरत है जिसमें हर कोई एंटरप्रेन्योर हो, वो अपने लिए खुद कमा सके, वो जॉब लेने के लिए नहीं जाए, जॉब देने के लिए तैयार हो। He should be a job creator, and through that he earns for himself and for his family enough that they are not dependent on the government doles for their education, for their health, for their food. वो अपना इतना कमा सके। तो ये जो स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम है, ये इसलिए भी जरूरी है कि लोगों का, राजनीतिक दलों को इससे अलग किया जाए कि वोट लेने की राजनीति, डोल लेने की राजनीति ना हो, वोट लेने की राजनीति वो हो जिसमें आप एक ऐसा इकोसिस्टम डेवलप करें जिसमें देश के सभी लोग अपने लिए रोजगार खुद पैदा कर सकें। Friends, this is the ecosystem which has been developed over the years. In the last 9 to 10 years, जब हम देखते हैं कि एक पीछे भी नोबेल प्राइज दिया गया था कुछ साल पहले इकोनॉमिक्स में, उसका थीम ये था कि उस इकोनॉमिस्ट ने एक ऐसा बताया था कि हाउ ट्रांजैक्शन कॉस्ट इज इम्पोर्टेंट इन द इकोनॉमिक डिसीजन मेकिंग एंड अल्टीमेटली द डेवलपमेंट। हमने वहां से क्लू लेते हुए अपने देश में ऐसा इकोसिस्टम डेवलप कर दिया है जिसमें ट्रांजैक्शन कॉस्ट, हम भूल गए कि ट्रांजैक्शन कॉस्ट कोई चीज होती है। आजकल भिखारी को भी ट्रांजैक्शन कॉस्ट नहीं है, क्योंकि वो भी क्यूआर कोड से भीख ले लेता है। दुनिया के 40% जितनी हमारी ट्रांजैक्शंस होती हैं ऑनलाइन, वो भारत में हो रही हैं। आप यूरोप में चले जाइए, इतनी ऑनलाइन ट्रांजैक्शन नहीं होती। अमेरिका में चले जाइए, इतनी ऑनलाइन ट्रांजैक्शन नहीं होती। आप अमेरिका में, यूरोप में अगर पैसा निकालना है एटीएम से, तो आपको $100 100 पाउंड निकालने के लिए आपको $5 पाउंड आपको उसमें से निकल जाते हैं कमीशन के रूप में। आप तो ट्रैवल किए हैं सब जगह, होता है कि नहीं होता? बहुत बड़ा पैसा जो है वो निकल जाता है, हमारे पूरे पैसे निकलते हैं। हम किसी को 10,000 रुपये किसी के अकाउंट में ट्रांसफर करते हैं तो 10,000 के 10,000 पहुंचते हैं। और उसी प्रकार से जो मैं आपको 45 करोड़ अकाउंट की बात की, पहले एक प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था कि हम 100 रुपया भेजते हैं तो 15 रुपये ही बेनिफिशियरी तक पहुंचते हैं। आज किसी को 100 रुपया भेजा जाता है तो 100 रुपये का 100 रुपया उसके अकाउंट में जमा होता है। दिस इज द इकोसिस्टम। पहले जमाने में सड़क बनती थी, सड़क बनने के थोड़े दिनों के बाद उसमें बिजली विभाग के लोग आते थे, वो बिजली की तार डालते थे। फिर थोड़े समय में आते थे तो पानी का कनेक्शन के लिए आते थे, उसके लिए कुछ। अभी आजकल ऑप्टिकल फाइबर डालने वाले आते थे, तो ऑप्टिकल फाइबर उसके कारण उसको तोड़ जाते थे, तो दोबारा 6 महीने में दोबारा सड़क बनानी पड़ती। ऐसे ही जितने भी बड़े बड़े फ्लाईओवर सब चीजें बनती थी, इसी प्रकार से उसको नष्ट होती रहती थी। लेकिन एक गति शक्ति योजना बनाई गई, इसके आधार पर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का पूरा इकोसिस्टम ही बदल दिया जाएगा। मित्रों, ऐसे में गिनाने लगूं तो बहुत लंबी सूची है, लेकिन मैं इतना जरूर जानता हूं, चाहे वो पेमेंट सिस्टम हो जो किसी कंपनी ने बनाया, हमारे बालकों ने ये यूपीआई बना दिया। कुछ समय पहले सरकार ने IITs को, स्टूडेंट्स को एक चैलेंज दिया कि आप एक अच्छा सा पेमेंट सिस्टम का डिजाइन बना करके लाइए, जो अच्छा सा बालक बना के लाएगा उसको हम इनाम देंगे। तो IITs के बीच में होड़ लग गई, उन्होंने कंपटीशन में भाग लिया और ऐसे बहुत सारे पेमेंट सिस्टम बना के लिया। 5 को चुन लिया गया। 5 लोग जब जाने लगे तो उनको कहा कि अब रुक जाओ, जाना नहीं है, भारत को दुनिया का सबसे बेस्ट यूपीआई बना करके आपने देना है, यूनिफाइड पेमेंट इंटरफेस। और हमने वो ऐसा यूपीआई बनाया जिसके कारण आज फ्रांस और दुनिया के तमाम दूसरे देश इसको अपनाने के लिए खड़े हैं। मित्रों, वही एक यूपीआई है जिसके कारण आज भारत में इन्फ्लेशन को हम रोक सके हैं, न केवल ट्रांजैक्शन कॉस्ट को कम करके, बल्कि जब अमेरिका ने कहा कि आप रशिया से तेल नहीं खरीद सकते हैं, हम आपको स्विफ्ट से बाहर कर देंगे, तब हमने कहा कि आप क्या बात करते हैं, हम स्विफ्ट की जगह यूपीआई से दुनिया को पेमेंट कर देंगे। उन्होंने कहा नहीं, हम तो मजाक कर रहे थे, आप खरीद सकते हैं। मित्रों, आज का इकोसिस्टम परफेक्ट है, हमें आगे बढ़ने की जरूरत है, उसमें यूनिवर्सिटीज और हम सब लोग कितने सहयोगी हो सकते हैं, इस पर विचार करना होगा। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir, taking us to the glorious history of India, reminding us how to move and provide the ecosystem of the ones who could not succeed in sharing Prime Minister's vision for the nation. Thank you, sir. I'm honored to take this opportunity to introduce Chief Guest of the conference, Mr. Narendra Bhushan, Principal Secretary, Industries, Infrastructure, IT and Electronics, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Mr. Narendra Bhushan, an IAS officer of 1992 batch, Mr. Bhushan is working as a Principal Secretary of Government of Uttar Pradesh and heading the Department of Infrastructure and Industrial Development, IT and Electronics and NRI Department, responsible for bringing investments, industrial development, infrastructure development, IT and Electronics and NRI affairs. He is an officer of Indian Administrative Services of Uttar Pradesh, Cadre, having over 25 years of experience at various positions in Government of India and State Government of Uttar Pradesh. He has very vast experience of working both in the field of implementation level and at policy level. He has served as District Magistrate, Director Head, Additional Director SGPGI, Secretary Industrial Development and Executive Director Udyog Bandhu, Secretary Finance Department, Managing Director of UP Transmission Power Corporation Limited and Managing Director of UP Road Transport Corporation of Uttar Pradesh. He has served as Mission Director, National Food Security Mission and Joint Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Before joining as DBT Udai in the famous Aadhaar project, he has also served as CEO Greater Noida and CEO of IIT GNN for 3 years and Principal Secretary, Public Works Department, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Mr. Narendra Bhushan is a graduate of Electronics and Electrical Communication from Punjab Engineering College, Punjab University, Chandigarh. In 2007, he went to join Duke University in USA, where he obtained his master's degree in International Development Policy and Diploma in Project Appraisal and Risk Management. He also did his MA Economics from Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Agra, Uttar Pradesh. He has been a hockey player during his college days. I request him to kindly share his vision and ideas.
Good morning, friends. First of all, let me thank the organizers, CC Man, for inviting me here and giving me this wonderful opportunity of interacting with all of you. This topic is very dear to my heart, and also as Secretary IT, I am also in charge of the startup ecosystem in Uttar Pradesh. I am actually very happy to come here because as CEO of Greater Noida, I had a lot of interaction with the General Market and team when this institute was trying to incubate itself to university level, and I'm very happy that today I am here when it is IILM University. That is, being a government service, being in charge of startups, I mostly talk about the ecosystem. My predecessor speakers have talked about it. Mr. Mahajan has given some examples of this, how Government of India and Government of Uttar Pradesh has created this ecosystem. Our Prime Minister Modi says that the startups are the backbone of New India, and we in Uttar Pradesh talk about New India in Uttar Pradesh. There were only 500 startups in India all 7-8 years ago when Prime Minister Modi launched in 2016 the startup India about unified automated today. And today that number is approaching 1 lakh. And today we talk about like unicorns in hundreds. Everyone has spoken about it. But before I come to how Government of Uttar Pradesh is trying to develop this ecosystem, what are the opportunities for dear students here? What are the opportunities for the stakeholders, other stakeholders who are present here? I would like to take 2-3 minutes to talk on the topic which is like ideation to commercialization, challenges, opportunities and way forward. So as we know, the journey of 1,000 miles starts with university. Here in this concept also, idea which is the first step is the most important. if you have gone for a good idea, an optimum idea, I think rather than first step, you have already taken hundreds of steps, and the journey becomes very, very easy. So the point, few examples or few ideas for selecting an idea. First, it is said that innovation comes at the intersection of two sectors. I am an electronics engineer by qualification. I am an IT secretary as well today. So if you look at the intersection of electronics with any other sector, we have experts from health sector. The way health sector has been transformed when electronics was introduced into the health sector. For this, we use those nadi pads. We look at your nadi and try to basically find out what is the element which is causing the problem. But then after that, we have like so many things that we use to basically anything, MRI, anything. So electronics have changed the diagnostics and regulation. Today they said the diagnostics is more important than the cure, than the cure. Look at the second example of intersection of IT with any other sector. So IT, we talked about that today OFC, basically where the fiber optics is there, the civilizations will stay there, people will basically develop their new habitations rather than around the rivers, around optical fiber cables. So IT also has in every sector. You see, look at the mobile, look at the tablets. So whenever you want to look at ideas, just be aware about your surroundings. Look at the problem and see how I can look at this problem totally from a different angle. In government, we have always thought about paradigm shift. I am writing a book which I will write when I retire because there are some controversial things on that. So paradigm reversal. The name of the book which I have got is basically Shirshashan in governance, paradigm reversal rather than paradigm shift as the modus operandi. So if sometimes we think the progress is this way, when the progress is the angle of that, you have to take a U-turn. Look at it, just be in Shirshashan mode, and sometimes the solution is there before. One more aspect, I think Professor Mahajan gave us good examples of that. Think like a leader. Think out of word. Idea is most important. You can take examples from how India has progressed. India was running in India, as Professor Mahajan told, about 200 years back, about 300 years back. But then, now, again, in our 75 years of independence, we used to adopt what other countries have done, any medicine, etc. Molecules were discovered in other countries. So we were fighting that battle of patents, the price versus the general drugs, etc. But now, in the last 6 to 7 years, India has shown its leadership. Look at Aadhaar, look at UPI, talk about UPI, look at QR code. Today, any Telewala can get digital, can get payment which goes directly into his account. And once you have an account, you get into this saving mode, you get into this investment mode. Savings are the backbone of every investor. So India has started acting as a leader. Now, of course, G20 is another example, but if in terms of technology, if I talk about Aadhaar, UPI, QR code, these are the examples. Government sector also offers a lot of opportunities in terms of generating ideas. Information is asymmetry. I think all of the speakers before me talk about this. Sahil talked about how till now 70% of women do not use sanitary napkins. So information asymmetry, reaching the unreached. That again is a very, very big idea. You can just think of the sector. If you are not interested in the sector, just think of the sector where you need to reach the unreached. Think of the last person. So there are many examples like that. Professor talking about circular economy. Garbage is at the best goal. Just look at the garbage. Go around. Prime Minister is on to Swachh Bharat. This garbage, the circular economy, you can convert it as IT secretary. I am requesting government of India in terms of being UP the lab, testing lab for the right to repair. You have seen the mobile laptop, it is very difficult to repair because of the proprietorship, claimed by these companies. Some of the mobiles like Apple phone, you cannot just repair it. So the right to repair is coming as a big thing. Because from customization to open standard, if you have open standard, one part of the mobile you can repair a mobile at a very cheap cost rather than doing a one like. I have been, especially my son was working, so I was also supporting few NGOs like Goonj, if you know Goonj NGO, and Islam Bharat Trust, etc. There are many NGOs who are working on Islam on this circular economy. But when I discovered like Islam Bharat Trust is sending those children for education abroad also, and they need second-hand mobiles and second-hand tablets, etc., which needs to be understood. So when my son was a volunteer organizing those camps, I was surprised. One of the mobiles, after 2 years, 3 years, they are very good working condition. But one of high-end people, upper middle class people, will generally throw them around. Some of them need a very small play to make them workable. Similarly, home level. So when I saw, I was surprised. They will use old but usable clothes to give it to the people, not as a free, not as a charity, but for the work. Some of the things I was surprised to know that the marriage dress, the bridal dress, the groom dress, the chashmas, etc. No one was. You will never think that this will be reused. That lot of all the ladies will have those, bridal dress which I'm sure they may not have worn it second time, third time. So these were very, very useful. So the point which I wanted to make, information is victory, reaching the reach. There are a lot of ideas in India, like everywhere. So when you get an idea, basically there are two methods of whether you are working on volume or on margins. So in India, it is always a high volume game. So look at what Sahil said. Like even 75% of the human for me, you are looking at about 50-60 crore. Sample like 50-60 crore. And even if you are 5 rupees, it's a huge market there. When I was joint secretary agriculture, so we discovered this in terms of open data sets. There are market prices which are being monitored by our mandis everywhere. So we came out with this idea of creating a app, and later on when we made this data, we converted this data into open data set. Government of India has a policy of converting every data set into open data set. Of course, in a normal way. And with the right to privacy, these new bills are coming in. So this type of data sets will become available to you. So I was just giving you this example of like we have those market committees known as APMCs, mandis machines, where the data are being monitored, so which are being fed digitally, but this data was like like this. So we created a mobile app. A farmer is sitting in say Matra or nearby district. When he has this produce harvester, he is sitting in a trolley. So on his mobile he can slide. Like he can see what is the reach of the trolley by which he can travel. So if it is 50 kilometers, he will see how many mandis are there within the 50 kilometers and what is the best price they are offering. So one example which we had shown like some of these that time about Hindi prices. That if a farmer is sitting in UP or Haryana, even if the prices in Kerala, were very high, right? Price in UP was 10 or 20 rupees, but in Kerala that day, price was 200 rupees or 300 rupees somehow. So we have shown him that even if this farmer decides rather than going to the nearest mandi, he decides to travel to the airport, take this whole mandi in the logistic, in the cargo itself of the aeroplane, and come back by selling it in Kerala. He will earn about 5 to 6 times by traveling in the aeroplane, by taking all his facilities in the aeroplane. So the type of arbitrage which is available because of the information is so there are lot of opportunities in government. Government, especially in last 5 to 7 years, have monthly a scheme, something. Now if you look at this from the child scheme side, basically birth certificate. When you go to the school, etc., sometimes you need a caste certificate, sometimes you need income certificate, if you want to go for something, if you have to get a loan, you need property mortgage certificates, etc. But there is a scheme. These are some of the certificates which are required. There is a scheme, skilling needs, employment opportunity for virtually every sector of the society. Be it students, youth like you, be it a BPL family. Now, issue is how to reduce this information asymmetry. Some of them don't know what are the opportunities available to them. So there is a lot of opportunity available there also, reducing the information asymmetry. We talk about ease of linking and ease of linking. We have today about 400 services on our ease of doing business platform. And we have about 280 services on our ease of living platform. So virtually most of these services are online. But what next? Let us think what next. So online is one part of the story. Can we make it real time? Some of the services, yes, can be made real time, like caste certificate, income certificate. Virtually at birth, we capture the caste also. This child can, at the touch of a button, he can print his caste certificate anytime. Some of the services can be converted to real time. If someone has to get a no-due certificate today because of the UPI, etc., if there is some dues, he can pay it immediately and then get the no-due certificate immediately. So again, real time. What next? So what next is self-service mode. Today you will have a babu, a clerk, an officer like me sitting behind that portal, even if it is online, who will probably sanction that particular service, that particular service, if it is electricity sanction, labor certification or anything. So he will sanction it on file, then upload it on. But because of the emerging technologies like AI and ML, it is possible to convert some of these services into self-service mode. We have decided this year as IT secretary, we have an internal target that we will do experiments and convert 10% of these services into self-service, 25% of these services into real-time, immediate. So my request is to you as students, of those who are IT, working in IT as computer engineer, look at those services. If you have some ideas, come to us. When I was here in Canada, unfortunately I never came to IILM, but I used to go to the colleges, universities, etc., talk to the students, and I always give them an offer that okay, create a startup. If there is a service which you can offer to the state government, I will always be your first customer. I can still talk to you, etc. So look at the city level problem, and if you want city government, which is like authority of government, Greater Noida, Noida, Yamuna, etc., they will try to get this. I have always been working on the happiness. It is said that Bhutan is the most happiest country. So joy of living, but also ease of living, ease of living. But I think the most important is joy of living. So if you want to think an idea, not just look at the problem solving approach, but look at the joy of living. So there I think till now only 10% of the, even if it maybe actually 1%, 1% of the opportunities have been explored. There is no sky is the limit there. Joy of living, you can think of many things. So coming to ecosystem development, government of India and government of last year have done wonderfully well. I talked about it that from a number of 500 we are touching 1 lakh, and I think every day we will touch this number 1 lakh startups. We will be like now, we will be looking at 500 unicorns very soon. So government of Uttar Pradesh has got what is called innovation by design or introduction of anything by design. We have tried to introduce, we have now the new startup policy in 2020. Some parts of it was amended as late as November 22. So basically to inculcate the culture of innovation and entrepreneurship, we have tried to catch them young at school level, at college level. In our policy, we talk about creating technical labs. Professor Mahajan talked about it. These technical labs at the school level. We have like funds for creating awareness at the school level. Of course, a lot of funds for creating awareness at the college level. Basically, by establishment of technical labs in the schools, entrepreneurships in the college. So, when I talk about creating an ecosystem, there are 2 pillars. So, first pillar is basically creating incubation facilities through industry, academia, government and society partners. That is very, very important. So here, as I said, when we talk about design, making changes in design. So first part is introducing courses, innovation and entrepreneurship at college level, university level, graduate level, post-graduate level. That is being done. Gap year students. When I went to US for study 1 year and I saw my son is also studying in one of the colleges. So there they encourage second year students, third year students. If they have an idea, they will encourage it. Basically drop the school business there. There is a gap year system and I think our university we are introducing the gap year system. If the student has an idea, he can take a year or two off, go and try his idea. It succeeds very well. If it does not succeed, he can come back and restart his education from where he left. And I said, getting those degree labs, he said, the second part of this first pillar is creating center of excellences as the knowledge center in the domain of emerging technology. We have already mentioned 4. One is like innovation hub at Abdul Kalam Technical University, so there is hub and spoke model here. So, and then we have Medtech at Vigyan, which is also supported by Government of India. Then one center of excellence on artificial intelligence and deep learning with IIT Kanpur, and another one. So I look after UBITA also. The expressways, we have 22% of the expressways. And around these expressways in Budelhana, we are creating this whole defense ecosystem, defense corridor. So for defense technologies, one center of excellence we have already sanctioned for drones and unmanned vehicles. And there is another one at Noida only. Again is like revolutionary. Also people are working on other matters also, which can create these types of battery storage. So now we are inviting proposals for other emerging technologies like quantum computing, blockchain, additive manufacturing, AVGC. This is another emerging sector which is coming, especially for the young who are good at software making, animations, gaming, visual effects, comics. We will be coming out with an AVGC also very soon. Robotics, 5G, space tech, defense tech, agri-tech, edu-tech, entertainment, science, technology, bio-engineering, tech. So here we expect that our center of excellence will basically enroll at least 100 special startups in these emerging technologies. So next step in this pillar is basically creating incubators. We have 70 districts. Our idea is to create at least one incubator in an institute or a university of higher learning in each of these colleges. Presently, we have 60 incubators being sanctioned in 23. 15 of them are right in this list. North Apulnagar, 2 is Ghaziabad, but we hope to create in the next 1 year, we need to sanction at least one incubator. I will, in the next part, I will tell you what are the financial fiscal incentives which we offer. So our idea is to set up at least one incubator in each of these districts. So, and then grant promotion and recovery from payments and other programs for incubation activities such as Startup Express, Startup Meta, Hackathon, Junior Ideathon, Startup Exchange program, incubation program, awareness generation program. Our expectation as state government to use like IILM, etc. basically to act as our center of excellence in this area, to act as the thought, to act as the leader, and basically take advantage of these schemes, and basically so that you can not only work as a scope but as a hub for other incubators. So in terms of the second pillar is about the fiscal incentives for all these activities. Government of India has done a lot. We have seen the documentary. Exemption earlier there was exemption on income tax, capital gains tax, funds of funds, and treasury rental scheme. We in Uttar Pradesh also has created a 1,000 crore rupees fund of funds. CDB is our partner. He is selecting AIS, Alternative Investment Fund, who will ultimately fund you. Professor Majan talked about those foreign funding agencies, funding your startup. So government of India and state government has made sure that there is funding available for these budding startups right here in India, right here in Uttar Pradesh. And we have already shortlisted, we have selected 3 AIS. Next week on Saturday, we are organizing a talk from one of them. I will share those details with you also. I will request like the budding startups and the students, just to listen to those funding agencies, they will tell how do they select the startups for funding, etc. So, out of these 1,000 crore rupees fund, we have already sanctioned, we have already placed 125 crore rupees of funds to these funding agencies. Second one is I talk about incubators. For incubators, we sanction them 1 crore rupees of grant so that they can set up the technology infrastructure. So that if you have like 10 startups in a particular field, what is the requirement? You have to do a prototype building. What is the tech infrastructure? Do they need a 3D printing or what type of, whatever is required? Or if you are into artificial intelligence, you need that GPU space, etc. You need huge servers in the form of GPUs, etc. So, 1 crore. Into 1 crore project, that grant is 1.25 crore. And we give an operational grant of 20 lakh rupees per annum for 5 years, which is totally 1.5 crore. So that is incubators I request like IILM and other universities in this area to apply for our incubator program. Acceleration programs, when you move a little bit ahead, acceleration programs basically for organizing any like institute, university, VC firm, private accelerator, banks can organize these acceleration programs. We give them a matching grant of about 10 lakhs per program, up to 5 programs per institution per year. The acceleration program has to be there for at least minimum 12 weeks. There is a lot of funding. For center of excellence, this grant of 1 crore actually increases to 10 crore. Sometimes, as I said, in medtech, etc., when we like combine hands, when we join the government of India, this grant increases to sometimes 50 crores also. For startups also. There are a lot of incentives. We know sometimes our parents, their parents are slightly conservative. So they are sort of risk of us. So some sort of sustenance grant for the children so that parents will happy. There is very small but very significant impact in terms of like 70,500 rupees per month as a sustenance grant for them. When they reach the prototype stage, we grant them like 5 lakh rupees per startup. For marketing assistance in the form of seed capital, we grant 7.5 lakhs rupees to 25 startups per incubator per year. And for if the promoter is a Jume, the Amjan, Transgender or any from economic ecosystem, this grant increases by 50%. Patent filing costs 2 lakhs if it is immediate payment. And if it is an international patent, government of Uttar Pradesh will be pursue up to 10 lakhs of rupees and event participation in India and abroad for those startups in the form of air ticket, etc. So those benefits are also there. So my request again to young people here to look at our website. There is a website which is also in the form of third pillar. Third pillar is where I need your help also. Here we are also in the form of a startup here. Although we have seen the requirement of the other complementary and done a lot of reforms. But in terms of simplification of the is totally committed to that. Just give us a suggestion in terms of compliances, in terms of clearances. This is what is not required, or what needs to be converted from a road action to a self-certification. Right? So just let us know and we will do it. Some of the examples Government of India has done lot of easier compliance, easier execution process, fast tracking of patent application, and they also have created a website you are shown, and UP also has started a UP startup online platform, which is not only give you all the information, but as a meeting ground, incubator, we encourage incubators from this part of UP to sign MOUs with the Purvanchal, with Vigyan, because young people are there, but then the ecosystem needs to be created there. This part of Uttar Pradesh, we still say this because of proximity, or because of the graduation hub around Greater Noida. So there is some ecosystem is already built. Preference to the startups is government to be organized. So we have decided to do away with those eligibility conditions. If you are a startup, and we are working on a branded development program, which will now soon work something with this. If there is a department which will purchase a lot of things. So when a small startup price, it will give you some quantity at a relevant price immediately without any tender, so that you are developed as a future vendor for them. Self-certification in a Nile river and environment law is already there, and for a startup there will not be any inspection. No inspector can visit them from 3 to 5 years. Permission, there are a lot of IT startups, permission for 3-shift operations, etc. But as I said, we are also a startup in this. If you give us suggestion, what type of clearance, what type of clearance is bothering you, so we will try to change. Or I was earlier, it is overdo, and I have spoken about it. It is now known as University, so I used to interact with investors. And I before they would place their trust in me, I would always ask them, just give me a big example. What is the government need to do? They will ask for electricity, but immediately the first thing they will say, if I need not come to me, what does it mean? They will say that the major portion of their business basically goes in getting clearances from the government. So we are working on minimum government with the best government. So if there are things that I talk about online, we are saying self-service, self-certification, converting a clearance which is applicable for 1 year to 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, or even permanent. Just look at that, try to convert that image, let us know. Finally, I just want to give this message that dream. The idea is actually you have to dream big. The dream should be to help others. Dream should be to solve the problems of the society. And I said, dream to benefit every section of the society. Be our farmer, our artisan, our youth, and our poor people. Just think about them, have those big ideas, work on them, come out with a workable solution, and try to disrupt the system. Try to get those technologies which can disrupt the system. Because that is where, that is why our Prime Minister said our startups are going to be the backbone of the future. That is my message for you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing various steps taken by the GOI and the government of Uttar Pradesh. Also sharing your experiences and insights and opportunities in the startup ecosystem and identifying the way forward for commercialization of innovative ideas. Thank you so much. Now I request our Pro-Chancellor, Major General D.V. Garga, to felicitate Mr. Narendra Bhushan. Vice-Chancellor, IILM University, Greater Noida, to felicitate Mr. Ashwini Mahajan. I request Dr. Taruna Gautam to felicitate Mr. Rajiv Kulati. I request Dr. Taruna Gautam ma'am to felicitate Mr. Sahil Daria. opportunity to extend our sincere gratitude to Mr. Narendra Bhushan, Mr. Ashwin Mahajan, Mr. Sahil Daria, Mr. Rajiv Gulati for sharing valuable insight and taking out time from the busy schedule and this year. I request all to please rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I request dignitaries for a photo shoot. I request Sujata ma'am, Bhargava sir and Vani sir to come on the stage for a group photo.
ये अभी ब्रेक होगा तो इसको
There's a small announcement. We are sending after 15 minutes time for our plenary session 1. So request all to be seated after 15 minutes. Thank you all.
दोबारा लगाना पड़ रहा है। कनेक्टर नहीं है क्या उससे कुछ सही हो जाए?
लाइव प्रोग्राम चल रहा है, कैमरा मैन तब आया था।
उसका कुछ जुगाड़ करना पड़ेगा। सर ने बोला था कॉल करने
उज्जवल उज्जवल इधर आना चल रहा स्ट्रीमिंग क्या करूँ सही कर सही तो है क्या
क्या है
लाइव चल रहा है वो
लाइव चल रहा है
मैं रखूंगा इसको
चेयर पर रख दो ना अभी
चेयर पर थोड़ी लैपटॉप आएगा यार वो चेयर तो कोई सॉलिड चीज़ तो ना है लैपटॉप है कोई मजाक थोड़ी है यार वो पूरा सेटअप मिल जाएगा
आपने चाय पिया
चाय तो बाद में पी लेंगे भाई मैं कह रहा हूँ पूरा सेटअप मिल जाएगा
सही लगा
वायरिंग हो रखी है सारी ऑडियो वीडियो सारी
आप मुझे छोड़ दो आप जाओ चाय पी जा रहे हैं टाइम है तो बीच में
मैं कोल्ड ड्रिंक पिया अभी पिया मैंने जैसे उठा भी रहा हो
ये तो बस खेल ही हो रहा है सब कोई उठा के फेंकते ही
सुबह आए थे वो तो चले जाएंगे ना। ये चेयर ब्लॉक हो गई। मैम आ तो रहे बट जो बैठेगा वो उधर देखेगा ना। फ्रंट फेस कैसे आएगा?
राइट साइड वाली Which company is this?
छोटा वाला लाइट है ना भैया, ट्राई करिए वो ऑन करने क्योंकि बड़ा वाला लाइट है ना उसके सीधा मुंह पे लगेगा। ये बंद करना है तो चल रहा छोटा वाला राइट साइड में चाहिए, लेफ्ट साइड में बहुत लाइट है, राइट में लाइट चाहिए। हेलो हाँ ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है।
So that was that everything was online. That
ऊपर से गिरा पानी गिरा।
ये अभी आज की तरफ से कुछ बात नहीं आई, ठीक है? पता नहीं कौन सा है। कोई भी जाएगा एक बंदा है ना, तो तुम ये उन्हें लेट बताते हैं फेस में लेट उसी के लिए बात कर लो मेरे साथ। हाँ हाँ आपने पॉज कर रखा है ना, पॉज कर दिया सर, कहीं पे है सर। कौन सा है?
हाँ हाँ क्या करना है? Good afternoon. Welcome to the first beginner session. We are supposed to do it, should have been good morning, but unfortunately it will happen now. So the title of the session is Role of Government and Industry in Nurturing Entrepreneurs, Startups and Innovation. I welcome all the panelists for taking out their time and being with us. Let's get to the matter. I am supposed to give you a brief introduction to the session. So, India has been the startup hub of the world. That's what statistics say. At least in the last decade, India has been the startup hub of the world. And it's not that we have not been entrepreneurial before. We have been an entrepreneurial country. And after independence, till about 1991, till about we liberalized, we were struggling to make a base for the economy. After liberalization, things changed, and he started creating a base to build a strong entrepreneurship startup ecosystem in our country. And the current entrepreneurial system is pointed out is a result of 3 waves of entrepreneurial activity with 3 distinct focus areas: IT, consumerism, and innovation. The success of Indian businesses over the years has empowered the country's middle class and has incomes grew, especially with the advent of smartphones and with easy access to internet. E-commerce based models, specialized retail and hyper-delivery networks also became popular. You see that from an emerging market, India has consolidated its position as one of the fastest growing markets for emerging tech companies. As the inaugural session the speakers pointed out, India's startup ecosystem is the 3rd largest in the world today, with over 100 unicorns, according to the 2022 report. And in 2022 alone, 42 technology-led startups have joined the unicorn club. And look at the employment generation part of it. In the last decade, the startup ecosystem has played a key role in growing direct and indirect jobs, providing 6.66 lakh direct jobs and more than 34.12 lakh indirect jobs. So, startups are booming, and it's creating a huge impact on the economy. So we are hoping that by 2025 we have around 2050 unicorns. 2022 startup report says we have currently around 57,000 startups. As of 2022 November. And we expect that to grow. Mr. Bhushan was saying we expect that to grow to around 1 lakh startups very soon. So the focus of the current session is to discuss on how the government contributes to this. The government has created has come up with a lot of policy initiatives. It is trying to create a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship. Some of the initiatives, the Startup India started in 2016, IILM Innovation Mission, STEP, Supported Training and Employment Program, the JAM, Jan Dhan Aadhaar Mobile, trade-related entrepreneurship assistance development, NSDM, National Skill Development Mission, all these initiatives have actually given the entrepreneur, the person who wants to create jobs, who wants to also shape the future of the nation, does not create wealth for himself, but also to help in building a future, a strong future for the nation. Let me get on to my task. Let me invite the speakers, not in any particular order. The first speaker of the day is the session is Mr. Himanshu Mittal. Mr. Mittal is currently working as examiner of patents and designs, intellectual property office under the University of Commerce and Industry. He is an expert in electronics and communication related patents and also has an expertise in power engineering. He has completed his BTech in electronics and communication from National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra. He is also associated with NTPC Limited. So, good afternoon, everyone. So, everyone is talking about this startup here in one step at a time for having a startup. So, as an academician, what is the first step to get towards a startup? We get an idea. That idea needs to be protected. So, first, if you get any idea, we have a very famous proverb in the patent system that is first protect, then publish. What is the mistake as an academician are doing is they just publish the journal or in the research paper their inventions. So they are not getting the proof of their invention. If I talk about like developed countries like USA, for every 10 research papers, there is one patent. Like if I talk about our country India,
For every 300 research papers, we have only one patent. So this is a huge difference between our research papers and patents. First, everyone what they have to do is, first, if they have any idea, they have to protect it. So recently, I will talk about IP Day. Recently, on 26th of April, we had an IP Day in our DPIIT, that is Department for Promotion of Industry and Internet Trade. The theme of this year for IP is Women and IP, that is accelerating innovation and creativity. As we know, women are like born creators. They had some instinct towards creativity, whether it is in arts or household work or in startup, in innovation. Everywhere you see nowadays, women are overpowering men. So this year's theme is Women and IP. How women are accelerating the innovation. So for this, as a patent system, what we are doing is, we are providing them expedite examination request opportunity. Women can file for the examination and their patent application would be in the top. So they do not have to go round and round towards our patent office again and again. Their patents will be granted as early as possible. We have a record of granting the patent in 36 days. Now, if I talk about some numbers here in patents, currently we are having approximately 82,000 patents every year. Last year we had 66,000 patents. Last year we had 58,000 patents. So why is this increasing every year? There are few factors behind it. First, we had started one very important mission, that is National Intellectual Property Awareness Mission. I had one session here in IILM also for this awareness mission, because IP literacy in our country is very, very less. People do not know how to protect their inventions. They just invent it and they just publish it, or just go to any industry who is already very aware of this patent system. They copy this idea and protect them in their career. So you do not have the actual benefit of that creativity or that innovation. First thing is, you need to patent. Second thing is, so now you know how to file patent or everything, or like you have to file the patent. But do you know how to draft a patent or how to file the patent in our office? For that, there are some initiatives from government side. First is Startup Intellectual Property Protection Scheme. In this scheme, IP facilitators will help you in filing the patent. The fees for the IP facilitators is provided by the government directly to the facilitators, and they will file on your behalf. They will help you out with each and every process, like how to file, how to draft, how to search. They help you in everything. And second thing is, this is for startups only. And second thing is technology and innovation support centers. This is for everyone. Like anyone can take help from these centers. Until this IP Day 26th April, we had 12 TIS centers in India. But now we have increased them to 18. Now we have 18 TIS centers, 6 new TIS centers have been recently opened to help the general public. Third thing, how the university can help you. Now what DPIIT has done is, they have a scheme called as Free Hub. This is a scheme for protection, a scheme for pedagogy and research in holistic education and academics. What this scheme does is, there is IPR chair in every university, which will help you in filing patent at your university only. So the grant for this spree is provided by the IILM, that is 1 crore rupees annually for 5 years. Now this scheme is limited to 37 universities as of now, but this will keep on increasing. So now, as of now, 37 universities are getting benefit from it. And if I talk about how globally we are improving, if I talk about 2015, we had a rank of 81 in Global Innovation Index. But now the rank, as also told by your Vice Chancellor, Dr. Karuna Bhavan, we have a rank of 14 in Global Innovation Index 2022. So this is keep on increasing because of these efforts by you, stakeholders, government, everyone. Because of these efforts, we are improving our innovation index, and this will also keep on improving. Okay, next is a Kapila scheme that is provided by AICTE. The fees, the statutory fees, government fees, is also reimbursed by the AICTE for academic students. The fee is already 80% remitted by government, and further that remaining 20% is provided by the AICTE. The fees is currently 5,600 rupees for a patent, and that is also reimbursed by AICTE under this Kapila scheme. They are apart from literacy, like how to file a patent, aware of students about this IP. They are doing this thing also in remitting fees. And the last thing that I want to say is, as I was talking with Rajiv Gulati sir, he was saying we have so many paper patents in our country because not every idea is commercialized. So what do we do with these paper patents? हमें क्या करना चाहिए पेपर पेटेंट तेरा जो बस किसी ने लिए हैं, they are not going to commercialize. So there is a very good initiative by government in the telecommunication sector, that is SIPEI, support for intellectual property protection in electronics and information technology. Likewise, we can do in other fields also, in agriculture field, in healthcare field, in fintech field. Those innovations which are not getting commercialized, they need to be clubbed according to the need. Like someone wants to have a startup in agricultural space, they will find out some innovations which are not getting commercialized. They will find out and go to the those innovators or applicants who have filed those inventions, and government will combine them on their behalf and provide them with a ready package. Okay, we have this innovation, and you can start working upon that and have a startup. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for this short I just respond to one question that I add to what you were asking. What can the university do? What can the education system do? The Ideation came in 2009 based on a novel 5-point summon written by Vigyan Bhavan in 2004. We are at 2023. You remember that person who committed suicide because his prototype was not accepted? To be an entrepreneur, of course, NEP is doing a lot of things, talking about a lot of things which can be done to promote entrepreneurship. What should a university do to promote university? Not discourage a student if he wants to experiment and face failure. They say in the Australian Army, they won't hire a person who has not failed in life. If you have not failed in life, the Australian Army will not recruit him. So, what is essential to be an entrepreneur is the ability to learn from your failures and the willingness to face failure. Our university system our education system, which is one of the most competitive systems in the world, and doesn't tolerate failure, unfortunately. And if you let them fail and learn from their failures, maybe we'll have more entrepreneurs. Statistics say we have only 5% of the population are entrepreneurs in India, one of the lowest in the world. So if it becomes 10, we'll explode. Let me move on to the next speaker. We have Ms. Shruti Sen. She's a PR and communication specialist. She has worked in diverse sectors. The passion for healthcare has made her explore new boundaries and challenges. She is the co-founder of Prayasta 3D Inventions Private Limited. Prayasta focuses on the unspeakable emotional and physical distress that plagues women after the inevitable outcomes of breast cancer treatment. Earlier, she had stints with UFIC, NESO India, Reinforced Earth India, Khaitan, and GCAP. She holds a master's in globalization and development studies from Maastricht University and a master's degree from the Asian School of Media.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for giving me an opportunity. On behalf of Prayasta, one of the co-founders of our startup, thank everybody here, especially Ankita Dr. Ankita, for thinking that we can be a part of this esteemed platform today to showcase our work. Thank you so much, everybody. So Prayasta basically means somebody who's striving to do good, and that is the motto of our company, and hence we started off with Prayasta, and our logo is shaping lives better. And at the same time, I will take this platform to even say that Prayasta is a name given by my late mother. I think everybody knows that silicone is the best implantable material that is available in the market today, and hence we are also focusing on silicone to make the implants that we are making for the for everybody. And why? Okay, now my only question to you all is: do you even know that silicone was never printed before us? Do you know why? Any idea on that? Any student who wants to say? No? Okay. Have you seen a Vaseline? Silicone is a viscous material like Vaseline. And why do you need customization? Or the power of 3D printing is not actually to make something which is a mass production, but something that is more customized to you. Imagine that you got a hip replacement done, like the animation that you see here. Would you be interested in getting something which is not yours, and you look, or you start looking something else rather than how you want to look yourself? So what we did, while we were actually focusing on what exactly we should be doing, we got in touch with a lot of cancer survivors, like we call them warriors, and also a lot of oncosurgeons. For the sake of the time, I'm not playing the video, but they validate the need of personalization. So far, whatever implant or prosthesis that is available in the market is totally not personalized. It is completely standard solution that you have. When you say implant is something that goes surgically inside your body and remains there for the longest period of time. Prosthesis is something that is a wearable device. For example, a breast prosthesis that you only insert in your brazier and then take it out at your convenience is prosthesis. Our focus initially was only on mastectomy survivors. Those are the breast cancer survivors. However, when we were making the technology, we realized the power of 3D printing and the power of technology. What I would suggest is, why do you need personalized implant. Did you ever think about it? Not that the solution is not available in the market. As I mentioned, they are all standard ones. But imagine your face, or the lady on the case one's side that you see is somebody who's lost the breast, somebody who needs some kind of an implant on the face. Or say, if you know the windpipe, every windpipe in everybody or in every individual is different. What is the kind of solution that is available in the world today? The ones that you see in the smaller diameter or the smaller box. In case of a pediatric surgery, a child has to really wait for a certain age so that an implant can be done to that child, because you do not have anything that is personalized available right now. So then coming to the largest implant or the largest soft tissue implant that we have in our body is the breast. Why we require a personalized breast implant or a prosthesis, even though the solution is available? It's very simple. As a woman, when I was really researching on why there is a need of personalization, I got in touch with one of the biggest oncosurgeons in India from Tata Memorial Hospital. And to my horror as a woman, I came to realize that, okay, if one is a survivor already, she wants to have an implant done, because she doesn't want really the world to know that she's a survivor. That's a separate topic altogether. Perhaps on some other day I will talk about the psychological impact that a lady has, especially a lady has, after she's a survivor. And since I deal with a lot of survivors, I can now really tell you which side of the chest she's wearing a prosthesis. It is that, it's something that is very visible to everybody's eyes. So I came to know, as I was mentioning, that firstly, these solutions are not made in India. They were always imported in India. So a lady has to really wait for an implant to be given to her. And on the table, while she's getting implant surgery done, the doctor chooses different sizes of implant available in the market. Then the doctor realizes, after implanting, that the healthy side of the breast is not matching the implant side of the breast. What do? You operate on the healthy side of the breast, which is an unnecessary surgery, to match the implant side of the breast. The implant actually looks like that on the third box that you see. Not only this, but if you have an implant or a prosthesis that you wear which is not weight balanced, you start having gait issues, you have postural issues. That implant tends to leak. It's like a balloon, to give an example, which is filled with either silicone or saline. It starts to flip and rotate because it is not anchored properly. So, what I hear also, as Prayasta, we realize that there are many solutions available in the market, which tells you about scanning. Every lady should get herself scanned 3 months, 6 months, or however the age is, which is good. But what happens to a lady when she goes through the mastectomy? Nobody talks about those solutions. This is the age-old way of making a prosthesis or an implant. It is actually mold casted. Again, I'm not getting into the details, except that like how you make diyas, you make a mold and you cast it of different sizes, and then you cast silicone in that. What we did after we realized that the personalization was really needed, we made the world's first implant-grade silicone 3D printer. And I'm very proud to say, among all of you, probably I'm the non-technical person here. I have seen my team slogging day in and day out just to make that machine, which took us 5 years. And today I'm very, very glad to say we're the only one company in the entire world who made this machine. And we call it Silimac P250. Silimac is silicone machine. And this is the implant, the personalized implant prototype. I will give you the features ahead of this. These are the various prototypes that we have made of the silicone, which we have 3D printed. These are all personalized solutions on the patient data. But we have not commercialized yet because it has to go through the regulatory approvals.
we will be embarking on our animal trial in few months. I talked about personalization, of course personalization in terms of sizes, touch and feel, and at the same time it is completely weight balanced. Not only that, our implants are completely liquidless, making it suturable. Suturable or suture is a word that is, as all of you know, it's like stitching. So since it's a completely suturable product, so you can anchor it in the body itself, and it is completely personalized. So it is not a solution that I'm giving to making one and giving to everybody. It is a solution only for you. So these are the various features of our printer. Of course, it is versatile. It is 3x faster than any other printer that is available. Currently, our machine is with Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore, and we have patented. I was just speaking to our patent officer sitting here, and I ended up telling him that while we were filing the patent in India, we were asked so many questions because such a technology doesn't exist anywhere. So in a B school, we are always told that while you're pitching, you have to really say you are somebody of someone. In my case, I am not an Ola or Uber or a Flipkart or an Amazon. I'm Priya Stock nobody. And I'm very proud to say that. Tomorrow, if you happen to make another silicon printing machine, you have to say you are XYZ of Priya Stock. And there is a first mover and a mover's advantage as well as disadvantage that we have. Being in India, and I was just speaking with Sir earlier, that unfortunately it's very difficult for startups who are starting new or a technology which is completely built from, or a novel technology. We suffer from brain drain, meaning that we will have to leave the country to go to other country to prove in my own country that I was doing this. And this is a very unfortunate situation. What we have also got a patent here is that we've changed the entire way the implant or prosthesis was made, making it liquidless. So the procedure of doing this as well as the novel internal architecture of walls and voids is something that we have patented. And when I was talking about the patent, in India when we filed, we were back and forth questioning or answering the questions that the patent office had for us. However, when we filed in US, not a single question was asked. It was a direct patent. And at the same time, our patent is also published in Europe. Again, no question asked. And he mentioned that since the officers were less, or the workforce was less, probably something like this was happening. However, our belief is that not only we did not know about the logistical issues, but because it is novelty and India is supposed to ape something from the West which we are not doing, probably so many questions were asked to us from India. However, let's not get into the details. So what we are just trying to say is that the entire gamut of architecture is something that we can play with and make your implants and prostheses completely personalized for you. If you see, we are doing a field trial right now, and we did a small field trial with some ladies in Pune. If you can see the personalized prosthesis, as I mentioned, prosthesis is something that you can wear inside. On the left, if you see, if you're wearing the personalized one, how your chest looks like than if you're wearing the conventional or the standard ones available in the market. So far, we have not tampered with the material at all while we were 3D printing. And I'm very proud to say there are two biggest manufacturing implant-based silicon that the companies, one is in US, the other one is in France, and we have partners with both of them. And they have agreed to make factory steel cartridges for us so that no tampering is done with their material. Because tomorrow not only the material but also I as a manufacturer would be equally taken to the court if something goes wrong with the implant or the prosthesis that gets inside your body. So we have been compliant in terms of our third-party validation for the material. This is just to tell you that there are various classes, and that's how we are progressing of implants and the
processes. I'm not getting into the details. Only thing that I'm just trying to tell you is that we are covering all of them, and you can see the market here. Again, sort of time we are not getting into that. These are few of the competition slides that I'm showing to you, but none of them make implant grade silicone. None. We are the only one company in the world. This is the team, of course, you know me. I am supported by our co-founder Vikas, who is the technical lead. He's a material scientist from JNCSR. He's actually the brain behind the machine. And he's supported by Dr. Kumsi. She's the clinical advisor to us. She's one of the leading oncosurgeons in Apollo Hospital. Ramakrishnan is like a business development advisor. He's representation in India for Newson, as I mentioned, is the largest implant-based silicone manufacturer. Of course, only Vikas and I would not be able to really do it if we do not have a good team with us to get along with. Now we are coming to the various grants. We're very lucky to be, we've got most of the grants that the Government of India has. We began with our journey from Nidhi Prayas, which is idea to your idea POC, and then of course followed by various other grants. Currently we are on 4 grants, but the government grants come with their own restrictions. That's a separate topic again, so I'm not getting into the details. But yes, we've been supported by various government grants and the state grants, since we are a Bangalore registered company, so we've also got a Startup Karnataka grant from them. We were the National Technology Awardees last year, and we are very proud to say that we were facilitated in Delhi itself here, and that really boosted our morale. And we've been covered in a lot of media in India as well as the international market. Again, we're very happy. The last of the picture that you see is one of the projects that we will be starting with the Defense Ministry very soon. Again, it has nothing to do with the direct product that we are making, but a little bit of silicone will be used in that too. We would be making a chamber to test the uniforms given to our soldiers in higher altitude. These are various other future applications that the company is focusing on or will be focusing. These are various things that the world is already doing. So maybe we only want to make the printer and give it to them. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for listening.
Possibilities of technology and how technology can be used to reduce human suffering. Thank you for reminding these youngsters that we can still do business, make money by increasing the number of smiles that you see around, and as well as by reducing human suffering. Thank you for also reminding us in Himanshu's presence that we have a lot more distance to cover in service business. And economically say this, the extent of inclusiveness that economy depends upon the institution that it has, and one of the indicators is the speed with which payments are processed. So we are improving, but we have got more distance to cover. Let me move to the next speaker. He is an explorer, an avid fitness globe, believer, a doer, a deep thinker. He loves to things cool and fun. This is straight from LinkedIn. We have Mr. Nitesh Singh. He is the co-founder of Fruity, which is a purpose-based brand creating value for Indian farmers by enabling them to come at the forefront and changing their lives for better. An average farmer is earning, Fruity says, an average farmer could earn up to 4 times more what he earns when compared to traditional crops. The herbs are directly procured from farmers with no middlemen involved, keeping it fair for the consumers worldwide. He holds an MBA in Rural Management from the University of Ahmedabad.
Hello. First of all, thank you IILM, VC man, faculty members, organizing committee, lovely students for inviting me. And I'm also honored to be present among eminent speakers. So today, I think first I'll give you a brief about Blueprint. Then I'll tell something about entrepreneurship. So what is entrepreneurship about is for me. So Blueprint is an Indian brand. We started this brand with an aim to create a new category. Till now, the tea which you are drinking is not as healthy as it is said. So we bought Ayurvedic flowers and made this as a tea and selling to the entire world with a vision to sell the healthier version of tea which you already have it. So we started with a flower. It's called Shankpushpi flower. When you infuse into hot water, it gives a blue color, and that's the start of blue tea. So till now, we have served more than 5 lakh customers, and we are present in around 12 countries. And we started the business with 50K, and today we are doing on annual basis 24 CR. So we have grown. This is started by myself, Nitesh, and Sunil Chand Saha. We both were middle class, normal typical middle class. जिसका फादर के पैसे हैं, बस स्कूल में भेजने के लिए, कॉलेज के लिए, बट ज़्यादा एक्स्ट्रावेगेंट खर्च करने के लिए नहीं. पैसा हमारे पास बिजनेस के लिए. सो हम दोनों ने स्टार्ट किया, कुछ तो करना है. तो बिजनेस से पहले इंपॉर्टेंट क्या होता है ना कि इट्स वेरी इजी टू से कि फाइंड एन आइडिया दिस एंड दैट, बट फर्स्ट थिंग यू हैव टू हैव अर्ज कि कुछ तो करना है. क्या करना है नहीं पता, बट कुछ तो करना है. तो यहाँ पे जो भी बैठा है, यहाँ पे कितने लोग एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना चाहते हैं? ये बैठा दिया है, काफी है, ठीक है, प्रोपोर्शन अच्छा है. सो फर्स्ट आई थिंक फॉर एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. कुछ तो करना है. यू विल फाइंड अ वे, यू विल डेफिनेटली. कुछ गिरोगे, कई बार गिरोगे, लेकिन अगर तुम्हारे अंदर एक जज्बा है दैट यू कैन डू इट, यू विल डू इट, यू विल डू इट. बिकॉज when you enter into the journey, this physical world is very tough. Because as an entrepreneur, you have to deal with so many uncertainties. You don't know what will happen. आज क्या नया रूल आ गया है, सडनली कुछ और कई नई रेगुलेशंस आ गई हैं. हाउ यू कोप विद इट? बिकॉज यू कैन कोप ओनली थ्रू योर माइंड. बिकॉज दिस इज टफ सिचुएशन, आई कैन हैंडल एंड आई कैन डू. सो दिस इज द थिंग, यू हैव टू हैव दिस बिलीफ इन योरसेल्फ कि मैं तो करूँगा, आई विल डू इट. कैसे भी सिचुएशन आए मैं तो करूँगा. सो ये आई थिंक किसी भी एंटरप्रेन्योर में अगर वो करना चाहता है तो इसे करना ही पड़ेगा कि ही नीड्स टू हैव बिलीफ. और एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है जो मैंने रियलाइज की अपनी जर्नी में. You know what happens? You have some complex. ये मेरे पास तो ये चीज़ नहीं है तो मैं शायद इतना अच्छा ना कर सकूँ. उसके पास बहुत अच्छी चीज़ है, वो कर पाएगा. बट ऐसा नहीं होता. If you think मैं जहाँ से भी आया हूँ, मैं किसी भी कम्युनिटी से बिलोंग करता हूँ, मेरे स्किन का कलर क्या है, मेरी रेस क्या है, मैं किसी भी जेंडर का हूँ, doesn't matter. The matter is तुम क्या चीज़ करने वाले हो. What problem you are about to solve, that's the most important thing. So if you are willing to create something, create value, irrespective कि तुम्हारे पास कुछ है कि नहीं है, तुम्हारे पैसे नहीं है, कोई doesn't matter. तुम्हारे पास किसी का बैकअप नहीं है, doesn't matter. तुम्हारा अच्छी इंग्लिश नहीं आती, doesn't matter. But matter most कि तुम कुछ करना चाहते हो, and that is the most important thing. And you have to just go with it. कई बार exit planning नहीं होता. अगर आप सोचते हो कि बस भाई यही करना है, शायद कुछ हो जाए, I have to break something in it. To frank, कुछ कर लोगे. चाहे इसमें 1 साल लगे, 2 साल लगे, 3 साल लगे, 4 साल लगे. But if you believe कि I can do something in this thing, I can create value, you will do it. When you started Booty, you know हमारे साथ भी when you started first year अच्छा गया, then attraction मिला, people are buying, good, but attraction slowed. It was not growing because you have to sustain families. You need capital, you need money. Business has to generate profit. It's not happening. So me and my co-founder sat down and we said, boss, ये नई चीज़ है. इंडिया में तो क्या ही चलेगा, मतलब कितना ही लोग ले रहे हैं, हम कैसे कर पाएंगे इसको. So we said to ourselves, बॉस 6 महीने लेते हैं, इस जर्नी में चलते हैं, बिलीव करते हैं, इस पाथ पे चलते रहेंगे, we find something, and thankfully it took 6 months, and slowly and gradually I think we started getting more traction from people. We learned so many things in that journey, but traction मिला आपको बहुत बड़ा मिला, मतलब उसके बाद हमने पीछे मुड़ के देखा नहीं, so that's the thing. And recently था बहुत चीज़ें बताना भूली मैं आपको कि recently got featured on Shark Tank. I think many of आप लोगों से बहुत लोगों ने क्लिप देखा होगा ये क्या क्लिप था? Anybody? अनुपम के साथ शादी वाला करेक्ट सो दैट्स द थिंग वहां पे भी क्या होता है वहां पे भी सडनली हमारे पास सारे शार्क्स 1 2 3 4 5 शार्क्स होते हैं सडनली 4 वेंट आउट मतलब ऐसा लग रहा था यार यहाँ से टीम मिलेगी मतलब दिस हर्ट वाज पंपिंग बट लॉट प्रेशर वाज देयर बट वी हैड टू बी काम तो अंदर से कामनेस रखनी पड़ी थी मतलब हैव टू शो ऑन फेस की कामनेस है बट आउटसाइड मतलब इनसाइड वाज टू मच बट फाइनली आई थिंक अगेन believed in ourselves. And finally, we got a deal from Aman Gupta and board co-founder. And that's the thing. And about, I have to say something about entrepreneur, this government support. I think government support is required because in order to run a vehicle, you need a highway, a road. Because unless you don't have a highway, a road, you can't run a vehicle. So government support is required. Government is, I think, is doing a great job now. I think many things they are doing. From the side perspective of if you are into when you started, thankfully many things started online. We could apply for GST online because before that it was CG this thing. Sales tax was there. You have to go to CA and you have to pay them. Many stuff were there. But because things were getting online, but food license we were getting online, so everything was online. So government started. I think Rice said in this podium. From 2016, government started some initiative and when we started in 2018, yeah, for us, something was there and it really helped us. So guys, how's the growth? Yeah, so guys, देखो कहा जा रहा है, it's being said कि not the decade, I think it can be the century of India. जो entrepreneur यहाँ से निकलने वाले ना, the kind of speed they will get out because वही demographic dividend है, and we believe and ये तुम लोग हो यहाँ पे जो you create something I think magical and एक और चीज़ याद रखना कि तुम्हें बनाना है इंडिया से बाहर के लिए अगर रियली देश में पैसा चाहिए क्योंकि किसी को पैसे कमाने से कुछ नहीं होगा you have to get the money out from overseas चाइना ने किया तो तुम लोगों को ऐसा सोचना पड़ेगा कि you have to create a brand which is for the world you can't be consumer for the global product you have to sell our product overseas you also doing it around 70% of business come from overseas. So I urge you all to create businesses for the world, not just for India. Okay, thank you for your time. Bye-bye.
Thank you for this particular start. Yes, actually, provoked me to say something. In economics, we teach stupid theories. We have all learned Trapezium, Doctrinalia, we learned 3 theories as students of MA. One was called the takeoff theory. The Russian theory which says a flight needs to take off a critical minimum effort to make it, it's ready to go, but to go up it needs a critical minimum effort on a big push. India to take off in this century, I think the critical minimum effort, the big push is going to come from the startups. And it is going to come from you. With the passion, as Vigyan was rightly saying, the fire in the belly, the passion, the urge to do something, and the willingness to fail and to keep going, you'll be able to do it. I just pray, I just hope that you're all able to do it, take us forward. We come to the last but not the least, the speaker of the day of the session. Mr. Vishal Sharma. It's a proud privilege for us to welcome Vishal back to our IILM family. He was a student of our second batch, 1997. Vishal is a highly successful first generation entrepreneur in the medical industry. And what makes his story inspiring is that he has no educational background in this field, yet he is known as a pioneer in his area of expertise. He believes that the seeds of his success were sown in his alma mater, which include the finest educational institutions, the Delhi Public School, St. Stephen's, or finally IILM. He is the founder of Children Plus. Children Plus offers to all young people experiencing academic, behavioral, or developmental challenges an opportunity to overcome their limitations. He has also founded Megacare Hospital Med Services Private Limited. When he is not working, Vishal pursues his law for theatre. He probably remains the most beloved secretary of the Shakespeare Society for Dramatics in St. Stephen's to date, and still helps out as an active alumnus. Over to you.
It's an amazing feeling to be back in IILM. I did not study for a year. I studied at the Dori Road campus, and I'm from the second batch, 95-97. Thank you so much, ma'am, for inviting me back. Thank you, faculty members. Thank you for having me as a fellow panelist with amazing technology ability to work on amazing work in this so-called startup world. First of all, do not get fascinated by the startup. Second, I am from that generation. When I ventured out, there was nothing like a startup. So I started my business like an entrepreneur or a businessman. I do not come from a business family. I come from a Fauji background. My father was a serviceman, and the bug bit me. जैसे इन्होंने कहा कि एक fire in the belly था. I started my work from the campus placement, Sara Airlines. 3.5 months later, I realized नौकरी नहीं हो सकती बस गुलामी है. Sorry for all the people who were working, and I ventured out. That I got an opportunity as free time, and I started my business as importing and distributing medical equipment. I started it off as in the blood banking industry. But there I did not stop. I ventured into setting up blood bank because that was the time, first January 99, when Supreme Court came out with a ruling and banning all the professional donors. So thereof, I developed myself as a consultant for blood banks, and so far I have set up more than 75 blood banks all over North and East India. So when Professor Nayak said I'm a pioneer, what he actually meant was that I have set up blood banks coming from a humanities background. I left science way back to class 10. मुझे biology आज भी समझ नहीं आती, physics आज भी समझ नहीं आती, chemistry आज भी समझ नहीं आती. What I do understand is how to set up blood bank because that is what I studied for, not academically but otherwise. But coming back to the main thing, to the topic, how the government can help us or is doing enough. So 2 questions. Has the government done enough? Or is the government doing enough? Obviously, the answer from a majority of the people would come a resounding no. Well, I would like to play a devil's advocate, or I would rather take a pro-government approach, saying that this thing is safe. So let's go to the proverbial question. Let me ask this question. Is this bottle half empty or half full? Right? Now a lot of people would say half empty, a lot of people would say half full. There would be a lot of एक smart आदमी होगा जो कहेगा sir, it is at the right level. ठीक है, I'm being practical. Fair enough. But the thing is that it is like the curate's egg, the proverbial curate's egg. Lot has been done and lot needs to be done. No doubt about that. Shilpi has faced this problem with the patents, and the gentleman is also already here. She got the patents. She had beautiful experience in the American office. She had a beautiful experience in the European office, but she did not have a very great experience with the Indian office. Fair enough. We are what? We are a developing country, right? That is why this tag of developing country. We are learning. Look at the change which has happened. A lot of you would not even remember कि drum call कैसे होते थे. There was a time when drum call होता था. You must have only heard from your grandparents and parents. I have lived that generation. जहाँ पे कि फोन करते थे, IIT घुमाना है तो 3 दिन का 2 दिन का वेट, lightning drum calls होते थे. 3 मिनट बाद the operator used to come online saying, sir आपका 3 मिनट पूरा हो गया, extend करना है. It used to be extremely expensive. Then I saw the change when mobile came. 1996 was the time when the mobiles came. You know, the incoming call at that time used to cost 16 rupees 80 paisa per minute. And 16 rupees 80 paisa, just to give you the context, that time the salaries when we were passing out from MBA used to be about 6,000, 7,000 rupees. So there it used to be 16 rupees 80 paisa. And now you have practically free. You have every single person on the mobile. Even 50% of you right now are watching or working on the mobile. Right? So that is the generation change that I have seen. That is the generation that I have lived through. And I'm pretty lucky. And I'm still seeing a lot of changes. There are a lot of changes that this particular government brought in. Not to disrespect the previous government, it all started off from Rajiv Gandhi, who brought in the revolution, the computers today, the laptops, the mobile that we're seeing is greatly thanks to him. Then we saw Narasimha Rao, how he opened the economy, that he brought in the liberalization. Thank you, Manmohan Singh and Narasimha Rao. And now we have Prime Minister Modi, who has recognized this and has given a lot of impetus. A lot of schemes are there, a lot of schemes, and I can crib about it as well if I go on to the other side, saying that schemes तो announce होती हैं, लेकिन उसका advantage हमको नहीं मिलता. Fair enough, to a great extent that is a fact. However, we need to recognize a lot of things that happen, and Shilpi is a living proof that she has got so many grants for such a wonderful mission-driven program. Hats off to you. So this is what needs to be recognized. Startup is a fabulous thing. Recognizing startups is a fabulous thing. But working towards it is a greater thing. A lot of people since morning have been saying idea is everything. So please let me know where my 15 minutes are. Thanks. A lot of people have been saying idea. And even you said it so, but I'm going to take a different approach, sir. And pardon me for doing so. Idea is nothing, my dear. Everything turns out to be execution. This is what I believe in, and I am saying so from experience because I have put my hand in 7 different companies. 3 turned out to be complete failures. Fantastic idea. I can even stand here today and defend my idea. But 3 turned out to be complete duds. Today you are seeing us thinking that we are successful. But like Professor Nair said, that we have reached here after facing failure to a great extent. हर बारी गिरो, गिर करके उठना सीखो, अपने आप को झाड़ो, उठो. But get into business only when you have the right mindset, a very strong mindset. Otherwise, you will crack under pressure. You crack under pressure, it's the worst thing to have. When you lose your confidence, when you start losing the self, when you start questioning your own self, that's the worst thing to have. Always have confidence in yourself. And delve into business, get into business only when you know that you would face failure to a great extent. Don't think that all your ideas will be repeated. Some ideas fail because of external circumstances, some ideas fail because of internal circumstances. But failure would happen and you have to face it. So execution is the key strategy. Do not think that just because the governments are opening up with so many grants, so many schemes are there, there's MSME grant, there's startup, every single state is ready with a fund of funds as they call it, by 10,000 crores, which the Prime Minister will be announced. And today morning we heard from the gentleman, the IAS officer, that the UP government is sitting with about 1,000 crores grant. Hey, sound very good. लेकिन अपनी जेब में क्या है? कुछ नहीं है. So get into this thing. Do your SWOT analysis first. I hope everybody knows what a SWOT analysis is, right? Do your SWOT analysis properly. Test your idea. Don't get into just अरे मेरा तो idea आ गया क्योंकि रोज रात को मेरे को 100 ideas आते हैं. लेकिन वो सब फिर आप मुंगेरी डाल के हसीन सपने बच जाएंगे. So don't get into this thing. Work towards your idea. Before putting in money and put in a lot of energy, bounce your ideas off your professors. Today I have launched another company, by today I mean about a month ago, which is a mission-driven program like children. That is a Children Plus. I've got 2 startups coming. Fortunately, one is profitable. And no grants, no funding, nothing. It's a bootstrap startup. The other one is also a completely bootstrap startup, which is a Children Plus, which is a mission-driven program. And I'm not going to get into what my startups are, because that's for a different day. However, I've got my professor from my MBA days, Professor Rizvi. I've taken him on the advisory council of my company because that work relates to the work that he or field that he's been into. And this is what you should be doing. Before starting off a company, before actually getting into this mode, bounce your ideas with your teacher, with your professor, with your friends, with your family. आपको 9 लोग मना करेंगे, 9 लोग नेगेटिव होंगे, उनकी भी सुनो, उनकी एडवाइस करो, लेकिन फिर फाइनली अपना दिमाग लगाओ. See, just to end now, I think my time is over to be up. सबने वो कहानी सुनी है ना, फ्रॉग एंड प्रिंस और प्रिंसेस वाली, जिसमें the frog is there, who's been cursed, the prince has been cursed and turned into a frog, looking for a princess, and the princess is looking for his prince, for her prince. So the story goes that you have to kiss a lot of frogs to find your Prince Charming. Whereas I say, as a startup, we are the cursed frogs. हम लोग वो cursed prince हैं, जिनको की frog बन चुके हैं, and we are looking for that princess to come and kiss us and turn us back into our Prince Charming, so that then we can be actually successful startups. So don't wait for the government. Go for your own thing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Finish much before that. 10 minutes. How many of you have gone to the cafeteria? All of you have gone to the cafeteria.
Yes, sir.
So I would see you've seen those quotes put up there on the walls. You see that? So when you enter, there is something you see on the right corner, top right corner. Chase your dreams, or somebody else will hire you to chase their own dreams. So that's what Vishal is trying to say. 3 months into Sahara, he realized it was belonging. So we are not asking you to stop sitting for campus placement, but think about what you want to do in life. Whether you want to help someone else chase their dreams, or you want to chase your dreams. See, there is a lot on offer in terms of help, in terms of support, in terms of ecosystems, but fortune only favors the brave. Are you brave enough to fail? Are you brave enough to face the hardships, sleepless nights? Then you have enough out there. I think we come to the end of this session. It was wonderful. But I was getting inputs from people working in top sectors. I hope you have benefited from them and would have been inspired to entrepreneurs. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you everyone for sharing your valuable experiences and insights with us. Now I would like to invite Professor Raj Kishan to felicitate Mr. Himanshu. Now please. Now to our next guest, this should be safe. Moving ahead, our next guest, Mr. Nitish Kumar. Mr. Six. And finally, Mr. Vishal Kapoor.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you everyone for joining after lunch.
Guys,
Back after 2:35. We will be coming back after 2:45. The last session will be starting 2:45.
अभी कुछ रिफ्रेश हो जाएगा तो स्टाफ होगा मेस है सीजन करिएगा सामने मेस है चलो मैं खा लेते अच्छा तो फिर एसी बंद करिए फिर मैं बोल देता हूँ ना
1 AC 2 AC चले बस
1000 रुपये मतलब बात करेंगे। हाँ हाँ, अभी गए नहीं है, मतलब अभी लंच कर रही है टीम, देन जो है हम इस पर चलाएंगे, बहुत सीरियस तो चलेंगे सर, ठीक है ना। हाँ डन।
इसलिए छोड़ा था। मैंने आपको क्या बोला था, ऊपर रखवाने के लिए छोड़ा था। स्पीकर फोन के ऊपर ऐसा कुछ बोली थी, मैंने कहा था कि जो रखा है उसको चेक कर ऊपर रखो, उधर ही छोड़ा था, ठीक है। उधर रखा, मैंने आपको क्या बोला था, राइट रखा है, चेक कर ऊपर रखो।
A very warm good afternoon to everyone and all the We are going to start the session. Please be seated properly. Respected guest speaker, Mr. Vigyan Bhavan, founder of Liquid, Ms. Leah Rastogi, founder of Liquid, Mr. Harshal Dubal, director and CEO of Plus Group, and Dr. Pranab Gautam, our Vice Chancellor at IILM University, Noida, dear students and faculty members. Starting with an anecdote, during a meeting, a renowned artist praised our mathematician's ability to communicate complex ideas through numbers. In response, mathematician admired the artist's ability to evoke emotion and convey meaning through simple strokes of a brush. With this note, on behalf of IILM University, Greater Noida, I, Anil Gupta, Assistant Professor at the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, feel privileged to extend our warm welcome to the National Conference on Ideation to Commercialization, Opportunities, Challenges and Way Forward, with the session 2 on Commercialization of Innovative Ideas, Opportunities and Challenges. In today's fast-paced world, innovation has become a critical driver of growth and development. Innovative ideas have the potential to create new products and services, improve existing ones and transform entire industries. However, it is not enough to simply come up with a great idea. It is equally important to successfully commercialize it. This session will explore the opportunities and challenges of commercializing innovative ideas. We will examine the various pathways for taking an idea from concept to market, including licensing, spin-off, startups. We will also discuss the role of intellectual property, funding, and partnerships in the commercialization process. We are fortunate to have a distinguished panel of experts with us today who will share their experiences and insights on this topic. Our panelists come from diverse backgrounds, including academia, industry, and venture capital. We have successfully commercialized innovative ideas in a variety of fields, including technology, healthcare, and medicine. I encourage all of you to actively participate in this session, ask questions, and engage in discussion. I hope that by the end of this session, you will have a better understanding of the opportunities and challenges of commercializing innovative ideas and tools and resources available to help us. Once again, welcome and thank you for joining us. We are privileged to have a distinguished speaker with us today who will share the valuable insights and expertise on opportunities and challenges. It is my pleasure to invite Mr. Vigyan Bhavan to join me on the stage. Mr. Vigyan Bhavan is a graduate of IILM. He is currently serving as founder and CEO of Liquid Private Limited, which provides e-learning solutions focused on English language learning. He has an AI-enabled platform that allows publishers and training companies to digitize and go to market quickly and easily, which helps them to leverage their existing content for additional revenue opportunities. Supported and connected by NESCOM, he will deliver his thoughts about the commercialization of ideas and how NESCOM can support. Thank you for joining us today, Mr. Vigyan Bhavan. We are honored to have you share your expertise with us. Going forward, we are honored to have another distinguished speaker with us today who appeared on Shark Tank. She will share her valuable insights and expertise on opportunities and challenges for startups. It is a pleasure to invite Ms. Leah Rastogi to join me on the stage. Ms. Leah Rastogi is an alumni of Ideation, Singapore and Technical University of Munich, Germany. She is currently serving as founder and CEO of Newton by Concept. She is a Forbes 30 Consumer Trade Special Mention, covered by Your Story Activity, received INC Top 30 Startups Award. She is also considered for Top 10 Women-led Startups by Google. Talking about Newton uses neurofeedback to monitor your brainwaves and based on sensor data, recommend the right medications to improve your focus and reduce the stress level. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Leah Rastogi. We are honored to have you for sharing your expertise with us. We are also honored to have one of our alumni as a distinguished speaker with us. He will share his relevant insights and expertise on opportunities and challenges for startups. He received the degree from IILM University itself. It is my pleasure to invite Mr. Harshal Dubal to join me on the stage. Mr. Harshal Dubal is an MBA from IILM University and a gold medalist. He is currently serving as a CEO of Flourish Group and also serving in the expert panel of Information Research Services. He became the youngest director in Uttar Pradesh 2017. He was awarded as Entrepreneur of the Year 2021-22. He is featured as successful in 500 plus media sites and senior plus programs. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Harshal. We are honored to have you for sharing your expertise with us. Now, without further ado, I request Mr. Vigyan Bhavan to
post-lunch session. So clearly the hardest part of the day, especially between a conference. So I do hope you can stay awake. I will try my best. But before I start, and if anybody really wants to sleep, feel free to raise your hand and just walk out. I'm okay with that. But before we start, it's not a quick survey. How many are students of IILM, any stream here? Yeah, okay, great. And how many of you, have any of you started any business, a small business as part of your family business? Have you done any small business while studying? Anybody here? Okay, all right. So good afternoon once again, and thank you very much for having me here, Ankit and IILM. Before, so you heard these terms, commercialization, and I was part of the previous session. How to come to a good idea and all that. So I'm going to focus my talk based on my experiences on how to build a business in general, and idea, commercialization, and licensing, patents, and funding, just one piece of it all. It's sort of several pieces of the whole thing. Right? So before so first let me spend a little bit on the idea. I think how many people here, how many of the students here are absolutely convinced that you're going to start your business after passing out? Anybody here? Okay. So the rest of you will take the placements and then see how it goes, and if something good comes along, you will jump. So I think in the morning somebody mentioned, I think it was Vishal, that ideas are worthless, execution is key. Is that right? Not exactly worthless, but yeah. So I think the way, so it's like ideation, see, any idea without execution is worthless. However, a bad idea, even with good execution, will take you some distance, but not too far. Now what do I mean by that? If you think about, let's say, 80s when we had those typewriters, and most of you would be born, but I think many of us here will realize that. Now if you try to build an efficient typewriter, there's no way you could compete with a word processor, could you? Right? I mean, you can do it as efficiently you want, you can't compete. Similarly, in today's environment, you can't do much. I mean, you can't compete in terms of efficiency with AI. And I think that's one point I wanted to make, that whatever your idea be, right? By the way, how many people here use ChatGPT? Okay, great. So you guys, so one simple benchmark when you hear things like AI is going to take over your jobs or make you worthless, I think it's going to take over a lot of jobs, right? I do not believe it will take teaching jobs. I'm also I create software for learning. For the tax sales, I'm also teaching. I don't think it take teaching jobs. It will take a lot of jobs that can be repetitive. But the only way, the best way to secure yourself against that is to make sure using some AI tools. ChatGPT is already used, but there are so many tools. Make sure using some AI-enabled tool in your daily life, right? Then you're probably safe most of the time, because then you use, I think vision of future I have is that humans and AI will work together, right? At least next 10, 20, 30 years. After that, we will. So, but coming back to the idea, I think how to look for an idea is really, I think that was also mentioned by somebody, that find a problem to solve, right? I was clearly, I created my English program. The reason I got into education, and especially English now, is because I grew up in a very small town where nobody was speaking English. I didn't know how to speak English. So I was sent off to a boarding school, right? And I remember similarly. And he took me apart, right? He took me apart. The whole class had a good laugh, right? It was one of the most humiliating moments in my student history. But the fact was I was good at maths and science. I was one of the best students in school in maths and science. But I got taken apart, or I made a good mistake. So I think that sort of state, right? And you find there are millions of people. There are in India there are probably millions of people like that, right? And I see them all who come from a certain background and have a lot of talent, but are not able to leverage it because English is lots of other things, and I don't mean to sound ideological about speaking English, but it's a skill that I think helps you get far into this world. That's it. Right? So get an idea that actually solves the problem. That solves the problem that you're familiar with. See, I'll give you an experience a few years ago, maybe 10, 12 years ago. I taught a course on entrepreneurship at IIMI. It's very familiar Management Institute in Delhi, Uttarakhand. And one of the things I did, I asked the students to contribute to form group of 4, contribute 1,000 rupees each, and start a business. Okay. So many students, some of them started selling ice cream in the canteen, somebody sold t-shirts, somebody sold, now I don't know if the institute allows that, but it did at that time. And every student loved it. Okay, they enjoyed it. All of them made some money, and uniformly, everybody said that was the best experience they had. Okay, so the thing about entrepreneurship is, it is while you need to understand the concepts and you need to get exposure, but there's nothing like doing it. One activity is better than 100 ideas, right? So there's a little bit of an idea execution. So how do you do that? The second point is funding. Right? So I think the point is, and this is, you've seen the movie 3 Idiots. Awesome, right? What does Americans say about success and capability? Can you remember? Can somebody speak up? Stand up and tell me what he said? Nobody? You guys know what movie, right? Okay. So basically he said, I don't remember the exact words, but the paraphrase that don't chase success, chase capability, and success will chase you. Most of the time, we get into a thing where we're chasing success, right? And success is chasing those who are capable. And if you're not capable, you don't become successful. And that same thing applies to funding. I think if you have a good business, good idea, well executed, focusing on the customer, with the prospect at least of making money, funding is normally not a problem. Right? I'll tell you, when I started out my work, my business, 97, my first company. So I didn't know what to do. There's a friend of mine who come back from the US. He said a lot of internet happening in the US, so we saw start something. Right? We spent about 2.5 years trying to figure out what to do, trying different things, this, that. Right? And then we started working on the education idea. And then within a period of 3 months, so we would, that time, there's no term called, we didn't know anything called, there was no venture capitalists in India, there was no angel, there was no money in India, right? So I used to go to Bombay to look for some money. And nobody was even willing to talk about it, right? Within then, I think it was October 99, that one deal happened. I don't know if most people remember, it was some time ago. India was bought by some film. And suddenly the market changed. And within 2 months after that, I had 4 offers to invest. And I would, the 4th investor who came, a very well-known guy now. First meeting I had with him, I remember in a basement office, he was pitching to me on why I should take money from him. So it was things, but before that happened, I spent a couple of years to doing nothing. I mean, really having nothing, literally living day to day. I thought my friend and I had decided during those 2 years that we were going to spend 50 rupees a day on lunch. That's all we do. At breakfast and dinner we have at home normally, but we go out for lunch and we set our budget for 50 rupees for the day, right? So we literally had nothing, but I think we built something. And within the first, then we raised about $12 million in 6 months, okay, with very, very good investors. Because we were ready. We had made a list of 90 odd companies that were doing similar to what we were doing at that time. And just 3 or 4 finally ended up making money because they had all come into existence when the boom had already started, right? And that's too late. So if you believe in something, I mean, I was doing that regardless of whether the money was there or not. And that is what got us very, very, set up nicely for success. So I think the most important point is you've got to be doing something of that. I think, many of you would be part of the MBA program, right? And you would all want, those of you who were second year, I don't know, this is the placement season, so I expect most of you would be placed by now, but some of you would have, may still be looking, or next year, current batch is going to be looking. So what is the way of getting a job? It's to become good at something, right? It's to become, and when you say, how do I get a good job? Okay, I know we're not talking about jobs, but same. It's become good at something, right? I think that's a very, very fundamental point. Do something, become good at it. I think the expectation, I've seen, let us step back. Those of you, especially students who are sitting here, you are entering work life. Probably in the best moment in history, at least of this country, right? In the next 10 years, we will see more change than we've seen in the last 50 years. And that includes internet change, because AI will up and everything. Okay, now that change creates opportunities, right? Because old models become vulnerable and they become unprofitable. Get opportunity to new things. So if you get your act together, I mean you've got, and when you come to places like these, you've already got a huge head start. You're getting exposure to people coming. People, commercial speakers, good morning, and so much exposure. Right? I mean, in our time, this was like unimaginable. To speak to somebody who knew better than you was a monstrous task. There was no YouTube, there was no internet, there was no email, right? I mean, you can imagine. So, but what is the downside? So, if you leverage opportunities today, you can build something really big. The flip side, however, is that because of technology, because of AI and other technologies, it is a single person can do a lot. Right? So therefore, people who do a lot will do very, very well. And people who sit back and wait for something to happen to them, right? Wait for somebody to come and find that super talent that they have, are going to be left. The gap between people who are doing well and who are not doing well is increasing. And it will continue to increase. Because today's technology allows you to do a lot more. It allows you to create massive impact. you've seen companies like Google and Facebook and all that, right? Those itself are wonderful success stories, but the future companies are going to grow much faster and much bigger. Right? So please, while there is massive opportunities, there is also massive risk. Okay, I have personally, now that you can see I've been around for a long time, and as my hair has grown wide, I have seen so many people, even today, my colleagues, who have not kept up, just fall out of the workforce. Their growth tops out at 40 years, 35 years, 45 years, and they're nowhere. Right? It's a scary prospect, and I think we should be scared. It's good to be a little scared. But I think for you, especially those of you passing out now, it is the most wonderful moment in a sense that opportunity is never been with us. I am very jealous. Right? I wish those days would come back. Right? So with that, I'll just make one point and then I'll end in my talk here. And so just what is the way to achieve it? Now, as I see my, for example, I have a very young daughter, 13-year-old, and she'll come to me and she'll say, like last week, she just entered class 9, and she had her first exam and she didn't do well. And she was telling me, oh, this is first year, first time, and we had this, and we had this, So I said, look, don't worry about what happened. If you didn't do well, that's fine. But take responsibility for it. Right? Take responsibility for your action. It can be anybody's fault. Right? But become responsible for your own success. Own your failures, own your success. And I can assure you, with the kind of talent you have, with the kind of exposure you're getting, you're all, and the kind of opportunity that is around us, you're all going to do very well. So all the best, and work hard and play hard.
We have just heard a wonderful speech from Mr. Vigyan Bhavan. I'm sure we can all agree that it was enlightening, informative, and engaging. Mr. Vigyan Bhavan has shared with us his valuable insights and expertise. Now, moving forward in the session, now I would request Mr. Yasturi to share her thoughts on today's session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for this speaking opportunity. I'm not sure what to speak after, sir. He shared most of the wisdom that we should get. I'll just tell something about myself first. I am the co-founder and CEO of a company called as Nuclei. It is India and Asia Pacific's first smartwatch for your brain. So it monitors your stress, focus, mood, attention levels, and helps you be more conscious about improving and working over your brain. You do so many things about your physical health in a day-to-day basis, but there's nothing that we do for our mental health. And everything is run by the CPU of your body, which is your brain, and we need to do something to, let's say, reset it. And this device helps you with that. It uses neurofeedback. But that is about the product that we have created. I am almost 2 years into entrepreneurship as official way, which basically means 2 years back my company was registered. But it was 4 years back when me and my co-founder started working on this. I have done my bachelor's from electronics and communication from JP University, Noida, and then I went for master's to Singapore to study integrated circuit design, and then I went to Germany to work over there in a German company for 7 years. It was working for that company for so long, and it was Europe, life was nice and easy, it was comfortable.
but it was something that was missing. Because what I was creating microcontrollers for automatic cars. I couldn't see my customers. There was no sense of validation. There was no value that I was bringing out to the, let's say, impact or end world, you know. It was just a luxury that was brought. There was no change that I could bring into the world. And at that point of time, I felt that we need to do something more which brings a change. And while Sir mentioned something very amazing, that the implementation matters a lot, and if the idea is good but the implementation is not good, it won't matter. While it's obviously true, but one thing that is also important is why you really want to do this, because it's not easy. It's not easy. You will not have money, you will not have time. You have to every day repetitively choose to work towards your mission. And I had a very huge, obviously good salary when I was working in Germany. I used to travel almost 7-8 countries every year just for the sake of it. But right now, I don't get either of it. So you have to choose why you're doing this in entrepreneurship. What are the reasons why you're choosing this? If you think that you're doing it to be your own boss, I don't think so that's a good enough reason. You have to do it because you want to be the best at doing something. You want to make something very affordable for people. You want to change the way people think, work, everything in that respect needs to bring a value to the end customer. And that's where the point comes that what is your customer feedback? What is it that you're doing for the end person? Is he or she really happy with the product that you're building? Because if they are not, eventually everything will come down to question, and you will have to ask yourself that whatever I did and compromised upon, does that really make sense? So you have to very strongly, entrepreneurship is not easy, and I know Shark Tank makes it look like that, but that's not true. There are so many things in the back end that happen that you might not even know about of the slightest. Creating a website, doing digital marketing is not your GTM strategy. Doing fundraising on Shark Tank is not even close to near fundraising. Our episode was 2.5 hours short. It was shown for 20 minutes. So what you see, obviously it was real in the sense that there were sharks, we were pitching. In those 2.5 hours we had to decide, and we had to be very, let's say, cautious of what we were speaking, because we were speaking on TV and anything could have been cut and put on the television to the end consumer. But what you see that 20 minutes, idea, revenue, sales, idea, go take 1 crore and have fun, it's not like that. There are 6 months of due diligence that happens. So entrepreneurship, I would like to say, is very rewarding. I would not have chosen anything else in the world and repeatedly choose entrepreneurship every day of my life. But it's not easy. And this is something that you should always just think about, be aware of it, because nobody tells you this. My father, my grandfather, everybody has been into business. But obviously theirs was a little bit, let's say, traditional way of doing the business. Mine is a more entrepreneurship way of doing the business, and it's a little bit different. But you need to make sure that you work with somebody as an entrepreneur, as a founder, for a little bit of time before you really jump into this and you get the right guidance. And again, to what Sir said, that it was really amazing, because when we were in our bachelor's, there was no opportunity like this. In our master's and abroad, yes, there were incubation centers, amazing opportunities. You could get access to the best of the best resources in the world. But at the bachelor's level, there was no incubation center in 2012, 13. So I think from my end, that would be it. If you have any questions, I would be happy to take those.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me for thanking Ms. Toby for sharing her valuable insights and expertise with us. Your words have been truly inspiring and enlightening me, and we appreciate the time and effort you have taken here with us, ma'am. Thank you once again for a wonderful speech. Moving forward now, I would request Mr. Harshal Dilwal to share his thoughts on today's session.
I feel very honored and delighted to be the part of this wonderful conference. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share my experience and skills with the young generations like you. I'm maybe the oldest in all, but I have a lot of experience to share. Ideation to commercialization. Wow, what a topic to speak upon. So here today I will be talking about one of my experiences, my skills, what I do. So while I was networking with some of the people and some of the students, they were asking me, so what do you do, what your company do? So some people who are not interested will be now interested in knowing so. So how many people love Goa? Now I can see people are waking up. So that's what my company do. So Clarissa Group is into two sectors. We are into real estate developers and we are in hospitality sector. So our real estate company, which is Clarissa Residency, deals with high-end villas, buildings and all the infrastructures. On the second hand, our other company, Hotels and Resorts, deal with hotels and resorts which are pan-India, which is in Jim Corbett, Goa and Mukteshwar. So this is all about my company. So let us talk about how the entrepreneurial journey was. So my company started with only 3 CR. So in rest of the 3 years, now my company's net worth is 500 CR plus. Now it is not a big thing if you say about, because our company is a debt-free company. We do not have a single loan on our company. We do not have any partners in our company, and we have started from the boot. So that is what a true entrepreneur is. That is what should be in your blood to be. And that is what we call it a true entrepreneur. So today I will be discussing about my mantras as an entrepreneur, what I did to become an entrepreneur. Before starting that, I would like to say that IILM was the place which has transformed my dreams and my journey into reality. So what I am today is because of IILM. So before starting, so one need to understand that opportunities does not come to you. You need to create the opportunities. So we will be discussing about what are the opportunities, challenges, and how we need to take it forward. So the first step of taking the opportunity is dreaming big. So that is the one big thing which you need to understand. Ideation, it's okay. Execution is okay. Everything is okay. But what is your dream? What is your vision in your life? That is very much important. If you want dream big in your life, you won't achieve it. So when I was an entrepreneur, I always had one ambition in my life that I wanted to be in a Forbes list. And with that ideation, I have that courage in myself to do all the hardship, to focus on what I want to do. And I want to achieve that. So first step to become an entrepreneur is dream big in your life. The second step which I would like to tell you is learning every detail of your work. So let me take you back to my time. So when I was in my schooling, I was from a science background. So I had an intention to do engineering. But since my family was into the hospitality sector, I had to give up engineering and took up hotel management. So I mean that is what was needed to my business. And I feel very proud that after doing that, I could know every bit of my business. So that's what as an entrepreneur should do. They should know each and every bit of their business. So this is the second step which I discussed. The third would be communication and networking. I don't know how many would be interested in this, but yes, communication do help in making you a better entrepreneur. Since I was networking with people, I could get to know a lot of things from them. I could share my experience, they could share their experience, and which was very beneficial for me in the future. So networking is one thing which is very important, and having a correct communication skills will help you to take you forward in your life. So these two things are very important. So what is the fourth thing? Business potential and finding out. Yes, what is the business potential? It is not just that we need to start anything and it will boom, right? Business potential is very important. Does your product have a potential in the market or not? You need to identify that, and that is really important. Now, if we start again, it is getting value chain. Now what is value chain? Can anybody tell me what is value chain? So value chain is taking the feedback from the people. how much value is the product. You will get positives, you will get negatives from the people. It's how you have to take and make a better product in the market. Now the second thing is risk management. Yes, so as an entrepreneur, I would like to tell you that in the COVID time, our industry was hardly affected, right? Aviation and hospitality industry was majorly affected. 3.2 crore jobs in the hospitality industry have been affected. More than 5,000 people have been laid off in our industry. There was no government support till the day. But this is what the step of an entrepreneur is, to take the risk and take our ship forward. So what we did, I would like to tell you in the risk management situations. So if we talk about, have you ever gone to a cinema hall? Have you gone to events? Have you booked your tickets on Book My Show? Could you do that in a hospitality, or if you go to a hotel, can you do that? Can you book your room number from the app? No. So that is what, you can just book your room stay, but you cannot book your room number. You cannot book your meal. You cannot do anything. So what we did in that case was we made our whole company 100% electronic, and we became the first company in the entire India to become 100% electronic in terms of e-checking, websites, in terms of fooding, in terms of accommodation and everything. So that is what the risk management was. We didn't let even a single staff in our company. So that's what, as an entrepreneur, you have to think. You have to think out of your box. So let's come to the seventh point, which is dedicate yourself to the lifelong learning. So this is very important. Some people are like, we have done MBA, we are okay with it, now we are ready to go on in the life. Now that's not true. At every year, at every situation of life, there is a learning, and that is very important. When we do the business, what we learn in MBA, it may not be 100% be applied practically. It's not. Only 20%, 30%, 50% will be applied. But rest of the things you will be get while you are doing that business. So your learning should never stop. Develop the reputation for speed and dependability. So that is the basic thing. You should create that reputation that should be lasting with you all your life. So the ninth point which I am telling you is very important, which is action oriented and decisive. You know, some companies have shut because of this, because they were not action oriented, they were not decisive what to do and what not to do. They got panicked. So this is what an entrepreneur is. You need to take the decision. Some decisions might be very hard, and some decisions might be very in a sense that would sail your ship in a right way. So being decisive, being a diligent decision maker is very important. The 10th thing will be the thing which I don't know the young generations follow or not, which is value the money. So as an entrepreneur, you need to know that how much money you need to spend on your business, right? So the first basic thing is start from the niche, start from small, start from a little money you have. Don't just rush for financing or going for this company will give us the finance. This will not help in future. This will not make you learn anything. Start from the smaller amount you have. You will get losses. It's okay. You won't learn, that is okay. But you will learn from that. That is more important. So valuing money is more important. Now let's talk upon what are the challenges which comes for an entrepreneur to come. First of all is the dynamic market. What do you mean by dynamic? What is dynamic? Yes, constantly changing. So in this constantly changing world, you have to change. It is not that what you have learned now will be staying with your life. You have to change with the market, how the market conditions are. So how many know about Russia and Ukraine war? Very nice. So now you will be thinking about why I have asked this question. The point is that we are only talking about what changes India is having and what it has an impact on our businesses. But what about the foreign countries are having impact on our business, right? Goa was once in the top 3 tourist destinations in India, and now it is on 25th. This is what the impact of the foreign wars which has been impacting on the business. So this is what the dynamic change is. We need to take care of these. The second most challenging thing is what you all will be facing ahead is the cutthroat competition. It is everywhere. You know, there is a race to win. So if you are not good, if you are not the best, you are gone. So always try to give your best in everything, because this world is very cruel. There is a lot more competition to face upon. The third thing which I need to discuss is the persistence test. This is very important because in this COVID time, I have seen a lot of people who are very disheartened that my business has got losses, I could not do this, they are put into depressions, they were not happy. Some even stopped becoming, they started doing the job. They were not persistent. So that is what I am telling you. Just don't think that you have started the business today and within a 1 year you will be like billions, you will be earning like in billions, right? The business is like a baby, right? You need to take care of it. It will take time to run it. Just give time to your business. Just be very patient. Just keep the patience and you will get a good output of it. Now the fourth challenge will be maintaining your focus, right? So what happens when I was doing is, I got a lot of people saying that you go into F&B company, now your business is gone. After COVID, hospitality is totally finished. You cannot do anything. Start something else. So they were shifting my focus, what I was doing. And this will happen. When you will sit with 2-3 people, they will say, you do this, you do this, you do this. But what is your focus should be very clear and precise, and you should stick to it. So that is the big challenge what today's generation is facing, sticking to their focus. The fifth point is handling the failures. It is very important because you will be failing. I failed. Everybody failed. And it is something that you will be saying, sir, आपने तो आके बोल दिया. ऐसा नहीं होगा. आप जब तक फेल नहीं होगे, आप सीखोगे नहीं. Sometimes my decision at that point of time would impact majorly to the company, but that decisions have to be taken. That decision might be wrong, they might be right. But if I am afraid of taking the decisions in just that I will fail, then I won't be able to run that company, right? So don't be afraid of failing in your life, because it will teach you something ahead in your life. Now, if I talk about the sixth point, which is practicing the self-discipline. So this is very important. If you are not self-disciplined, if you are not honest to yourself what you are doing, it will be very difficult for you in your life to carry out ahead. Now, how to take this forward? How to take a business forward? This is very important. I have one mantra which I always repeat in myself. When I joined this college also, I was from a government college. When I came to this college, it was a private college. Ma'am was there and I saw too many people and I was afraid. I thought, how will I survive? These are too many people. I've never seen such a big college. So I just had one mantra, never give up. So this should be in you. You should have this ability, you should have in yourself that you should never give up in what you are doing. And if you have this, I'm sure you will succeed one day. Now the second thing that will help you in taking you forward in your life will be deviating from your goals. Right? I have seen so many students, so many of my fellow mates who had got a purpose of coming here or doing the business, but they got deviated from their goals. Right? So that is very important to just be focused on your goal. If you will deviate from your goal, that will not help you. Because you have got a lot of people on stake behind you. So before deviating from your goal, just think about them. The third and the last will be failure should not be affecting your vision. This is very important why I am telling you, because people get afraid of failing. They take wrong steps. I have seen people who have taken the wrong steps after failing. Going into depression, not eating the food, going into total losses. That is totally wrong. You need to be motivated. You need to be on your toes. Nothing has happened. You need to get up and start again. If I talk what I have done in these past few months as an entrepreneur was very different. When I entered this business, I was doing business since last 10 years now. I started the business at the age of 16. So now it's almost 10 years that I have been doing this. And I feel that it's not only that we need to earn, sometimes we need to give back to the society. So what we Clarissa does is we do all the CSR activities. We are into women empowerment, we are into job generations, we are into animal welfare, we are into generating the jobs for the physically challenged and physically able people. So don't always think that the business is just for earning money. Sometimes we need to give back to the society. That is very important. So as one of the speakers and Rajkishan sir said, we are the job creators, right? So we need to think as an entrepreneurial mind. So in the last, I would like to say that the hard work, focus and passion and being honest to yourself will be key to success. And your success is in your hand. Thank you.
Mr. Harsh, it was an honor to have you share your valuable expertise and knowledge with us. Your speech has left us with much to think about and reflect upon. The insights and perspectives have given us a deeper understanding of starting small but dreaming big, and have provided us with a roadmap of how we can apply these learnings in our own work and life. Once again, thank you for your time, effort, and energy in sharing your expertise with us. Proceeding further to the question and answer session, ladies and gentlemen, it is now to transition to the question and answer session with our esteemed speakers. We are looking forward to receiving a lot of questions from our audience, and we are excited to hear the answers from our speakers. Before we start the session, I would like to remind you of a few guidelines. Please keep your questions concise and relevant to the topic. We want to make sure that as many people as possible have the opportunity to ask the questions. Let's begin the session. If you have questions, please raise your hand and our event staff will bring a microphone to you. Please state your name, organization before asking questions. I encourage everyone to participate actively in this session, and we look forward to having a productive and insightful session. Thank you.
The first mistake the students make is disrespecting the teachers and professors. That is the first biggest mistake you make. And the second biggest mistake what I made, that I skipped some of the guest lectures. Because that actually helped. Because there was one lecture I still remember, Mr. Mujal sir came and one Anthony sir came. I attended those two lectures till from the start to the end. And I feel that I could connect with them now. So when I was sitting there, I also used to feel very boring what they are saying. But now when I am sitting here, I could feel that yes, what these people say makes sense. So please don't miss them.
Next question, please.
You are already born ready for the startup. You just need to train your mind, you need to be focused, your vision should be very clear, right? There should be one thing which I mentioned, never give up and dream big. If you have got two things in your mind, you are already an entrepreneur. You don't need anything.
My name is Aman. My question is to Riya ma'am.
can you please share who is just starting their startup? Can you please share some of your strategies that help you change your ideation into commercialization?
Thank you so much. So for us, we've seen two very different entrepreneurship ways. One in India, where you move fast, build fast, and iterate fast. And the other one was in Germany, where they do a lot of research. So, for example, 6 months to 9 months just went for us in gathering and understanding the consumer mindset. That's it. With no understanding of the base technology behind our product, we went into the market and really understand what the layman really understands. Do they even know these things and the very basics of it? So when you go, I think we've almost pivoted from our base idea almost 2 times in 4 years. Because we wanted to start by building a medical grade product which could help in thought recognition and help bedridden patients communicate with their family. Now that's a very nice, cool idea, right? But it's a very big idea. You need to start with MVP, minimum viable product. You need to start small. And you need to start small, build small, and put it out in the market, see the results. So that was our first pivot. The second pivot that we did was we built the product, we gave it out to the customers. But the strategy now, GPU strategy we were following was that of the international competitors. There is nobody in India, Asia Pacific. So we thought that if I create a product with a mobile application and talk about mental health and mental well-being, people will start using it. But no, our knowledge with regards to neuroscience is way less as compared to the Western countries. Because A, there are less universities which teach that course. Second, there are less neuroscientists which are there in the public eye that speak about neuroscience. For example, there is Deepak Chopra, there is Joe Dispenza. These are lifestyle influencers or let's say meditation professionals who go in the West and talk to common people about neuroscience. There's nobody like this in India. So the education was very lacking at the end consumer point of time. So we thought that we need to find something for this market because what will work in US or Europe or Germany may or may not work in India. So we needed to find a way where I could teach you what stress, focus, anxiety, mental health, depression is all about. So we created brain gyms. Using the same product, we tried to create a concept and a strategy where you can go, try the product, analyze your stress focus levels for as low as 400 rupees. So the first iteration that we did was through the product and the second was in the strategy. And as we said, you have to move fast, learn fast and actually be very agile with regards to your process when you are into entrepreneurship. You cannot sit for 6 months and see, Asha, now let me analyze the data. Why the sales are not coming, why the traction is not coming, what's the problem. You need to do it every week. And that is how you learn how to pivot and if to pivot basically.
My question is to Riya ma'am. Hello ma'am. Ma'am, I want to ask, was this idea of becoming an entrepreneur always there with you, or you thought of it after doing your graduation, then you went for masters, then you were also working there in Germany? So when did this idea hit you?
So for me it was very opposite. I never wanted to be an entrepreneur. I saw my father doing it and I always thought my father has a very complicated life because no matter where we were, he was always on the call and I hated that. And I was like, why would you even do this to yourself? You could have worked 9 to 5, have a comfortable life. And that's what I worked towards. I was working, I was happy. So I wasn't ever gonna get into entrepreneurship. It was just that my co-founder and me, we both are husband and wife by the way now, but we were working towards, and he wanted to create a product which could read your brain and do something. And I always had that thing in my mind that I want to do something which can help people, which can change the world, which can actually remove the stigma, let's say, around mental health. Now nobody can tell you that you are, let's say, fat and it's not okay. It's okay. Right? That awareness and acceptance has come in the market in the past 15 years. very much lacking. Like as a student, you pretty know that everybody tells you to be dedicated, be their best, achieve 100%, all those things. But it's difficult sometimes, and it's okay to take a break. So for me, it was very important to bring that change, and I was feeling let's say something lacking, that I am not contributing enough, I am not giving it back, and I'm not feeling that fire. So it was that entrepreneurship. I was actually helping him, and then I got persuaded by entrepreneurship. And last year only I left my job and moved back to India to pursue this full time. So it's okay if you've not studied. I have not studied. I'm an engineer. I did my master's in electronic circuit designing. Everything I learned on the job, from fundraising, valuation, audits, legal, everything I learned on the job, and it's okay. So it can even come to you after 10, 15, 20 years, and you've seen amazing stories on Shark Tank with regards to that.
Hello sir, my question is to Vigyan Bhavan sir. Hello sir, I'm Vigyan Bhavan from MBA second year student. Sir, you talked about that the idea without execution is worthless, and you also said that we should surround ourselves with some AI tools because the future is where human and AI will work together. So sir, like digital technologies are nowadays driving more startups in India. And sir, there is also getting some problems like people who are losing their jobs because technologies are coming in. So how, as a nation, we can ensure that startup will create jobs for those millions of jobless persons?
So just to understand the question better, you're saying how will startups create more jobs? Is that the question, or how do people make sure that they have the job?
As a nation, how can we ensure that startup will create jobs for the millions of jobless persons? Because AI is taking and more people are losing their jobs. How can we ensure?
So see, there's a market out there, right? The startups do one thing. The traditional definition of startup is, you're building a Snapchat or Google or Yahoo. I mean, you won't call, if you started a real estate company today, that wouldn't fall in the normal definition of a startup. So I'm just sort of saying. So startups, so technology startups do a certain thing and need a certain kind of people. Right? Now, how can nation ensure that that everybody has jobs? I think exactly what I said, the nation can provide, the government, the country can provide an enabling environment, right? They can make sure there's more money for training, they can provide opportunity for underprivileged people, they can provide more money for research, they can set up more industry, set up more, stuff like that, right? But ultimately it depends on us as individuals. If we don't want to learn and upskill, no amount of support that anybody can get will help us, right? So ultimately, if you want to ensure that we all have jobs or have productive work to do, we have to make sure we have the skill sets for it, right? No company will be able to hire people if they're not productive. There may be companies. So today the challenge is what in our country, any businessman will tell you that, any person who's running any business, that talent is difficult to find. On the other hand, we have millions of people who are without jobs. So what is the gap? The gap is skill sets, expertise, right? So if these millions of people could somehow get better training, get better skills, there will be no problem on either side. I think that's a challenge. And it's not an easy one. The only thing, the other thing is I think there was some talk of government and all that in the morning session and all that. I don't know if anybody's here from the government, but generally speaking, world over, governments typically destroy value. Okay, so you have to live with that. You need government to security, you need them to provide electricity, this and that, right? So don't depend on them too much. Depend on yourself. Make sure you have the skill sets, you're ready for the market, you'll never have a problem.
Sir, my question is for you. How do you define success? How do you define success, and what do you enjoy more being an entrepreneur?
The question is how to define success. Success is how satisfied are you in doing the job. So that is a success, right? It is not only the monetary way you can find a success. If you are not satisfied in what you are doing, if you are not happy, you are not passionate in your work, you may not call it a success, right? So if I suppose if I am doing MBA, right, I was sitting here, and if I was not doing wholeheartedly, that was not a successful MBA. What I did, my learning was zero. So what we do, if we are doing it with the heart and soul, that is what a success is, and definitely you will be feeling very happy after doing that. So that is a success for me.
Thank you. It was remarkable that we had such a good number of questions. Moving forward with the discussion, as we understand after this session, entrepreneurship is the epitome of innovation, resilience, and the pursuit of freedom. Now it is time to proceed. I would like to request Dr. Kamar, Vice Chancellor Ma'am, to participate our guest, Mr. Vivek Agarwal, with a token of appreciation. Proceeding to facilitate our guest, Ms. Leah Stuti, with a token of appreciation. Felicitating our guest, Mr. Harshal Devali, with a token of appreciation.
And here, since these are alumni, and you all are students, so first, congratulations, Harshal. You just got married when? I don't remember the date, sorry. Second year. You just recently got married. So on behalf of IILM, congratulations. Anything Professor Raju or Raj Kishan would like to share?
We have reached the end of this national conference, and I would like to conclude this session with a word of thanks. It is with great pleasure and gratitude that I extend my heartfelt thanks to our esteemed speakers for enlightening and inspiring talk on commercialization of innovative ideas, opportunities, and challenges. Our speakers' expertise have been truly invaluable, and we are privileged to have had the opportunity to learn from them. Their talk was not only informative but also engaging, as they shared their personal experiences and practical advice on the entire startup journey, from ideation to commercialization. Their in-depth knowledge and passion for entrepreneurship were evident in discussion, which was filled with practical tips, real-life examples, and inspiring accounts. Speakers present here provided our audience with valuable insights into the challenges and opportunities of starting and growing successful startups. They highlighted the importance of having a strong and valuable business idea, developing a compelling business plan, and the ways to effectively fuel the growth of a startup. The practical tips on opportunities available, networking, building a strong team, and leveraging resources were truly eye-opening and immensely beneficial for all inspiring entrepreneurs in the audience. On behalf of our organization, I extend my deepest gratitude to our speakers for sharing their knowledge, expertise, and insights with us today. We are truly grateful for their time, expertise, and dedication to promoting entrepreneurship and supporting startups. Their talk has undoubtedly left a lasting impact on all of us, and we are excited to apply the valuable lessons learned in our entrepreneurial endeavors. I would also like to express our sincere appreciation to all the attendees for their active participation and engagement during the discussion. Your thoughtful questions and enthusiastic participation have made this event a successful success. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all our student coordinators who tirelessly worked and made this event a success. Once again, thank you Mr. Vigyan Bhavan, Mr. Harshad Dilwani, for your inspiring talk, and we hope to have the opportunity to learn from you again in the future. Thank you everyone for joining us today, and let's continue to drive innovation, foster entrepreneurship, and create successful startups. Thank you. Now I would like to request our respected guests, heads of various departments, faculty members to kindly come up on the stage for a group photograph.
finish here.
Thank you all for making this event successful. Special thanks to moderators, VP faculty, delegates, and all the students present here. It is requested to all the delegates that they can collect their certificates from the registration desk. Now we would like to invite all of you to join us for some refreshments and networking. This is an excellent opportunity to meet and interact with fellow attendees as well as our distinguished people. We encourage you to make the most of the time and exchange ideas and experiences. The refreshments are arranged in cafeteria, our dining hall, our event staff will be happy to guide you to the location. We request you to kindly move in orderly fashion and follow the instructions to our staff to avoid any inconvenience. Thank you once again for being a part of this event, and we hope to see you all again soon. Thank you.